Oh boy, my favorite show. Boring. We need to be mad. We need to be angry. We're thinking too much around here, guys. How dare you? That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh my god, dude. That's so big, dude. We gotta have a better ground game to overpower the corporate media, structure, and the propaganda. I'm right on the polling. I'm right on that. That's undisputed in my mind. That's undisputed in my mind. Politics is more complicated than that. Waging political capital in an effective way. Boring. Politics is more complicated than that. That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh boy, my favorite show. Boring. We need to be mad. We need to be angry. We're thinking too much around here, guys. How dare you? That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh my god, dude. That's so big, dude. We gotta have a better ground game to overpower the corporate media, structure, and the propaganda. I'm right on the polling. I'm right on that. That's undisputed in my mind. That's undisputed in my mind. Politics is more complicated than that. Waging political capital in an effective way. Boring. Politics is more complicated than that. That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh boy, my favorite show. Boring. We need to be mad. We need to be angry. We're thinking too much around here, guys. How dare you? That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh my god, dude. That's so big, dude. We gotta have a better ground game to overpower the corporate media, structure, and the propaganda. I'm right on the polling. I'm right on that. That's undisputed in my mind. That's undisputed in my mind. Politics is more complicated than that. Waging political capital in an effective way. Boring. Politics is more complicated than that. That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh boy, my favorite show. Boring. We need to be mad. We need to be angry. We're thinking too much around here, guys. How dare you? That is so cool. That is so fun. Oh my god, dude. That's so big, dude. We gotta have a better ground game to overpower the corporate media, structure, and the propaganda. I'm right on the polling. I'm right on that. That's undisputed in my mind. That's undisputed in my mind. What's the music? I don't know. Alright, so this will be happening in like 20 minutes, I think. Something like that, I assume. But, oh, they're talking crap in InFared's chat. Oh, wait, let me post that this is happening quick. Really quick. A lot of people that watch me are not going to be watching because I think Destiny has a debate show, so they watch him a lot. Gotta set some stuff up, you know? Good day, back in the old studio. Not really in order yet, but, you know how it goes. I'm actually lucky I have an extra microphone here, because I have one at school, and I have one here. How's everybody doing? But yeah, I forgot this was tonight. InFared actually commented on a video. He said, hey, our debate is scheduled for tonight. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So good thing I have this here. The Vaush pad. True. Honestly, I'm gonna get owned. I don't know if I have the energy right now to match it. Oh boy. Beautiful night. I hope everybody's day is going great. Let's see. Discord. Anybody see did anybody see Jank Uger? And his bridge burning video about being mad at Justice Democrats. School's not closed. I took a trip home for a little bit. You got 2 ads? Oh no. Let me shut that off. I don't want people getting ads. Especially not 2 of them. 1 second. Let me fix it. Sorry about that. Thank you everybody for liking the stream and everything. Welcome InFared fans as well. Let's see. Thanks. Nice beard. Just got it. Jank got really emotional. I might watch that quick before we debate because I don't think InFared is going to be ready for another like 20 minutes. So I'm going to go through this video quick. Hookstack, what's up? Cockeyed Rooster. Serial killer backdrop. True. Thank you so much for the $2, Spencer. You guys like this? Like this Trump mask? Look at this, baby. According to Glenn Greenwald, this guy's a socialist. Pretty cool, right? There you are. What's up? Jank? Terrifying? Nah. What topic are you guys gonna debate about? I assume liberalism. Because I'm a liberal. I'm against, Jimmy Dore. Big time. And I think InFared likes Jimmy Dore. So I assume that's gonna be a big topic. How do you grow political movements? Liberal reacts. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm smaller than most of the people that InFared debates. He's growing pretty fast. Just saying. Let's see. I'll keep in skippable video ads. I'm going to take out non-skippable video ads. Dort is not a... He's not a liberal. He's a populist. Totally different things. All right. Do I have my boom thing anywhere? Usually I have a circular thing. What's it called? The pop filter. 1 second. filter. Oh, I can't find it. Shit. Whatever. Isn't populism just the style of rhetoric? Nah. Populism can usually be crossed over with illiberalism. And INFARED is illiberal, which means he's against liberals and liberal-like civility and all that stuff. Okay. Not subtitles. No, this is my old microphone that I have right now, actually. Contrary to popular belief. Populism can be a style of rhetoric, but populist as an ideology is something that leads you to saying, like, hey, we should be working with the right to tackle the liberals because liberals are evil. So anything that brings liberalism down is good. That's one thing they usually tend to do. So, Jank, burning my bridges, the truth about progressives in Congress. So, I'm pretty sure he's going to go on a dramatic rant here.
Hey, everybody. So here we go. I'm going to burn my bridges. I got to tell you what's the reality about progressives in Congress. So let me be clear. They do not have bad intent. They all mean well. They all want the $15 minimum wage passed. They want Medicare for all passed. They want Green New Deal passed. They want all of that. Okay. They're good people. But tonight they'll meet and they will very, 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 very likely decide to do nothing about putting $15 minimum wage back into the COVID relief bill. And that means we will lose on $15 minimum wage.
What are they going to do? They can't force people to adopt a policy that they don't feel pressured to do. Like 8 Democratic senators voted against the $15 minimum wage. What are the progressives supposed to do? Like force them to? You think Joe Manchin is going to be pressured by AOC in West Virginia to vote for a $15 minimum wage? Are you kidding me?
But it also means, and this is the most disheartening.
And it's not politically good, by the way, for progressives to hold up the COVID bill, Joe Biden's first big play. That would be terrible for their political power. Jenk, oh my god, dude. I think he's too emotional for politics.
Part, and this is why I'm doing this video and telling you guys. That means we will lose from here on out. You must be able to block a must-pass bill if you are to have power. Honestly, it's just basic politics. It's not that complicated. It's not some brilliant strategy.
So if you want to take over the Democratic Party, you block that party's most important initiative. So you can be the scapegoat of the party instead of the people that are taking over the party. Okay.
Why does Joe Manchin get everything he wants? Why is he, like, now people are wondering, is he the president?
Because Joe Manchin is the only reason Democrats have a majority in the Senate.
He took out...
If Joe Manchin wasn't Joe Manchin, Republicans would have the Senate. 50 Democratic senators represent 40 million more people than the 50 Republican senators do. Land has a lot of power in our country, 2 senators per state. That means having any type of majority in the Senate for Democrats is going to be very difficult because all the small states are going to be conservative. Liberal states are more concentrated in bigger cities in bigger states. But those bigger states, no matter what the population is, like California and New York, those states, no matter what, have 2 senators. So naturally, the Senate is going to be a very difficult thing to actually crack. So you have to make your best play to pass the $15 minimum wage through reconciliation. And if that doesn't work, then you are done at the federal level for like minimum wage. You keep pushing for it. You keep on creating public pressure. You keep on trying to sway politicians. You keep on making that effort. But at this point, it's going to have to be done. Real political change is going to have to be done without our federal government. It's going to have to be done at the state level. It's going to have to be done at the community level. We're not going to be able to rely on the Senate or the House or any of that to get this done. Progressives are doing what they can. There's nothing else they could have done. Making a bridge burning video about this is so childish.
$15 minimum wage almost single-handedly from this bill. Why? He said, I won't vote for the bill if it's in it. That's how you do politics. And people might find that uncomfortable. And if you're a good progressive and a good person, you might say, well, that endangers people a little bit and it delays the bill a little bit, and he shouldn't do
Manchin has a world more of bargaining power than progressives do.
that. Okay.
Especially with our goal. We're not going to get Medicare for All done. We're not going to get the Green New Deal done. We're not going to get this stuff done without political power in the Democratic Party. It doesn't make sense to hold this up if you're like Bernie or AOC or whatever. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, but it does lead to power. It does lead to a seat at the negotiating table. If you're not willing to block a bill, you have no power at all. And that is current state of play. So look, I get to people who should deserve a tiny bit of credit and those that don't. But I need you to understand that this is meant to be constructive, and I will not just do it as criticism and then leave it be. I'll tell you what should happen and what could actually lead to a victory. So when you have a must-pass bill like this COVID relief plan, you're not actually killing the bill if you vote no. Because what is Biden going to do? Drop it? He's not going to drop it. That's not a thing that's possible. You can't drop this. You can't drop the budget. You can't drop the defense bill. Okay, those are must passes. So what you do is you force, when you vote no, that forces them back to the negotiating table. But this time, you're actually at the table. Right now, we're not at the table at all. Now, if you're thinking, Jake, why are you even talking about progressives? Aren't the people blocking this mansion, etc.? Yeah.
And this is another symptom of people like Kyle or Jimmy Dore, where they assume they know everything about the world. Like, they know what's happening in these backroom meetings. They know what politics is actually about. Bernie Sanders and AOC, they simply don't get it. Their heart's in the right place, but, Cenk is simply so much smarter than them because Cenk has been so successful in real politics.
Yes, but everyone leaves the analysis right there. And that's only half the story. Manchin goes, okay, the House version, the Democratic version of the bill, I will vote no, so you must do what I tell you, okay? That is when progressives must do the equal and opposite. I'm going to call it the Manchin rule. Okay, you vote no, we vote no.
Sure, Warnock and Ossoff voted for the minimum wage and are the actual reason Dems have a majority, but if you look at it, like, Joe Manchin, his seat has a lot of power regardless. If they wanted to hold it up, they would have that power as well. It makes sense for them politically to vote for the minimum wage. It makes sense for Manchin politically to vote against it. So you would need to convince Manchin or force Manchin to vote in a way that will be against his current political instincts. So if the people of West Virginia prefer Manchin's minimum wage increase, which they do, they much prefer in West Virginia, although they do like a $15 minimum wage, they much prefer an $11 an hour minimum wage in West Virginia. So Joe Manchin, by running on that policy, is actually representing his constituents. So how do you get him to not do that?
You vote yes, we vote yes. Then it's on you, brother. Then it's on you.
By the way, thank you so much for the $5.
Instead, they're likely going to choose to do nothing. Now, I could even live with that. You would say, Jake, how could you live with that?
I mean, I honestly don't know. I was talking about Delaware. Delaware is a pretty progressive state, and they have some really conservative Democratic senators. That's somewhere I think we can actually, like, pressure those politicians based on the demographics there. I don't know what we could do to, like, Joe Manchin in West Virginia, though. That's why he's so valuable. Like, no Democrat other than Joe Manchin can win in that state, no matter what. It's kind of insane, actually.
If they had a good plan to...
West Virginians are for a $15 minimum wage, but they're more for an $11 an hour minimum wage. The one poll I saw that had good concrete data sets said that a majority of West Virginia people preferred, or didn't prefer, but they approved of a gradual increase to $15 an hour. But it was like 50% for $15 an hour, and it was like 75% approval for $11 an hour.
Somehow get the $15 minimum wage passed in another way. So if they said, hey, Jake, look, there's a bunch of senators that are reluctant.
And you have to understand, West Virginia is literally full of a bunch of old coal towns. That's all West Virginia is. If you take central Pennsylvania and make it a state, that's what it is. So these communities are very wary of minimum wage increases, like $15 an hour. This increase is meant to cover Philadelphia, Los Angeles. It's meant to cover Miami, New York. It's meant to cover also rural areas. So some areas, $15 is too much, like in West Virginia. Some areas, $15 is too little, like in Philadelphia or New York or somewhere that costs a lot to live.
And here is our battle plan for flipping them. Great.
Which sucks, because I wish we can actually get some more state movement on this stuff. It would make a lot more sense to do this at the state level, but our local politics I mean, maybe if people paid attention to it. If we had the same attentiveness for our local politics as we do for the presidential election, this stuff would be so much easier to get done.
I'm all ears. And I'm going to tell you guys to get excited. I'm going to tell you guys to be part of that plan, and I'm going to give credit to all the people.
Why didn't progressives do the $11 an hour minimum wage increase? Doesn't that? Thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Wait, Lee just said, why do you always think you're right and think anyone who disagrees with you? I didn't say anybody's unrealistic. When did I even say that? I'm talking about the polling. I'm talking about literal numbers and what's literally happening in politics. Did I spell infrared wrong, actually? Okay, wait, I cannot see all the chats. What did you say, Spencer? Oh, why didn't progressives hold... And by the way, what's up? What's bothering me? Why didn't progressives put through $11 an hour? I think because... Does that lock them in then? If they do the $11 an hour federal plan, does that, like, prevent the $15 from being done? Is that their thinking? Do they have another plan for it? I just don't see how they're going to move the votes, dude. Like, Coons out of Delaware is not going to change his mind. Manchin's not going to change his mind. I just don't see it. I don't know how this is going to happen now, other than, like, a state-by-state plan. It's crazy, dude. 8 Democrats voted against it. They couldn't even get a simple majority in the Senate.
Who came up with that great plan, and let's go execute it together. If they say, hey, we're not going to block this one, we're going to block the other one, and it's not maybe and it's not vague, it's definite, and okay, then that's a totally fine plan. And waiting an extra 8-9 months for one of those other bills to come up sounds awful to me, but I might even be willing to do that if you were actually going to do it.
Well, Howard, if you look at the study that the budget, is it the budget office, whatever study they put out, you know how they said, like, 30 million more people would have, like, 15 billion more dollars or something like that? So a lot of people, due to the increase, would get more money, but there would be job losses. Virtually all the job losses they found were in rural areas. So places like West Virginia, places like Pennsylvania. So all the studies that do say there are job losses, and I think every study does say that, they say the losses are in, like, West Virginia and Pennsylvania. What I would say to that is get this expansive policy done. I want to have this done. Like, this is a foundational thing that should be done. It needs to be done. And then after we win this fight, then we work out the kinks. Then we work out, like, hey, maybe $15 an hour is too much for this small business. How do we now shift the policy in a way that's going to work for these areas? I think that'd be a lot better. Add exemptions into the future, however that would be done. The number one goal is getting the increase, because that's a foundational thing you need to do.
So, and as things stand now, they're not.
Yeah, if they already do the $11 an hour, then the political momentum's gone, right?
Going to. The progressives in Congress will. So, and as things stand now, they're not going to. The progressives in Congress will not vote no. They will not vote no on this one, but I'm afraid they're not going to vote no on any of them. If you don't use...
You have to remember, if you're paying your employee $9 an hour, and you have to pay them $15 an hour, that's an increase of, like, $10,000 that comes out of your bottom line.
Your power
comes out of your
You're never going to get these bills passed. I'm not... Look, you know how hopeful I am.
Yes, I know polling is malleable, but as it is right now, those are the numbers. It can change over time, yes. You're correct. But as it is right now...
If you ever watch The Young Turks. And I was hopeful and optimistic about this one. And in fact, we got some of the way there, all of us together, right? And so if you got a good...
Sure, they can help small business. That's my plan. That's why I'd be for a $15 minimum wage, because I think considerations should be made into the future. Like I said, it needs to be done foundationally, but then we have to make changes to it to make it work.
Good plan. I swear to God, we're going to go guns blazing all together on it. But you can't tell us that you're not going to put the minimum wage on this. You're not going to vote no. You're not going to block the bill. And again, blocking the bill is not actually blocking the bill. They must renegotiate. They must renegotiate. And at that point, they have to listen to you. Right now, you're telling them they don't have to listen to you.
Bro, I think they'd be happy if progressives took a move like that. That could be like political suicide. I think they might be happy. Like establishment Democrats, they might they might welcome it. They can villainize them, dude. They are holding up the COVID relief package. They are doing it. Oh my God, dude. It's sort of like the forced to vote thing in a sense, because the polling data, depending on what you look at, you can think the entire country is for $15 an hour in the same exact way. I guess if you think the entire world is demanding this policy, But also, if you're not making minimum wage or lower than that, you're not going to have too strong of a support for it. Like, if you're making $100,000 a year, you might support a $15 an hour minimum wage and say that in a poll, but how much are you really willing to give to that? If a politician like Bernie Sanders holds up the COVID bill, he holds up a COVID bill that you really care about for 15 bucks an hour, and although you support 15 bucks an hour, you're not going to be affected by it, so it's not strong support. How does that play?
Worry about it. Only listen to Manchin. And that's exactly what's happening. Exactly what's happening. And by the way, if you're going to tell me your plan is, don't worry, Nancy Pelosi's on our side and she'll do it later. Okay, on that one, I'll be super clear.
Hey, it's called building political power. Sorry. I mean, it takes a long time. It's not as simple as good stuff or bad stuff. It's taking over political power in the party. Like, it takes a long time. You're not just gonna, like, you can't just force 8 Democratic senators that voted no to vote yes. You can't just force them to do that. No matter how much you, I mean, unless if you want to try to draw, like I said, it would hurt you drawing a process out for like 3 months, whatever. Like, Joe Manchin is in a Republican state. He essentially is a Republican. He has more power than like Bernie Sanders does. If Bernie Sanders lost his seat, it wouldn't matter. If AOC lost her seat, it wouldn't matter. Joe Manchin has the power right now. It's how it is.
That is not the correct answer. Nancy Pelosi's nowhere near on your side. Neither is Chuck Schumer. I've seen them play this shell game 1,000 times over. Neither is Joe Biden. Neither is Kamala Harris. They all, I mean, the guys that are the most gullible. I'm sorry, but I mean, folks that are like regular voters, etc. But sometimes it happens with legislators too. Actually, a shocking number of times it happens with legislators. Oh, no. Schumer said he was interested. He wants to do the minimum wage. Who cares what he said? What did he do? I mean, right now they could put it in the bill. And they could say, Manchin and Sinema. No, the answer is no. Now we're going to negotiate. Right? Instead, what all of them are saying is, no, we're not going to negotiate. We're just going to give Manchin whatever he wants. No, we can't have it. If you got a plan, I'm 1,000,000,000% in. But if you can't win and you choose not to fight.
So Joe Biden should say, I'm going to hold up federal funds for a policy that your constituents don't want that much. So West Virginia people don't want the $15 an hour that much. So Joe Biden should do that.
Then you don't have a plan on top. No, I'm all the way out. So, and look, guys.
Hey, if you want to be conspiratorial about it and you want to just assume politics works like that, like, ooh, 8 Democratic senators, we're going to force you to. We are going to force you to. We're going to strong arm you easily. 8 Democratic senators, let alone Republican senators that don't want it.
Jobs to do the news and be honest with you guys. And right now, I don't see any plan at all. And so you're not going to get minimum wage, $15 minimum wage, and you're not going to get any progressive priorities. They got to figure out what they want to do. So look, you want me to tell you obvious things? Sure.
Start working at the state level. Get it passed at the state level if you don't trust the federal level. Why do we put all of our hope in federal politicians?
It's the reality is Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi never wanted it. They were always going to play this game. And if you're a young Turks viewer, you know that for a fact because you saw me with your own eyes tell you over and over again, they don't mean it. They're never going to actually vote yes on minimum wage. That Biden never meant that promise. And I told you that was going to be the very first thing thrown out of the COVID relief bill. You all saw it with your own eyes. And that's exactly what happened. Why? Am I some political genius? No, it's super obvious. They work for the Chamber of Commerce. They work for their donors. It's the most obvious thing in the world. If we had any journalists in this country, you would all know that. They would show you the millions of dollars like we do. They would show you the millions of dollars that they take from their donors on those issues and how they vote with their donors. That's who Biden is. That's who Manchin is. That's who Sinema is. I mean, if they were like a wrestling tag team, they'd be called the Chamber, okay? Because they work for the Chamber of Commerce, who's their donors. It's the most obvious. So that's obvious, right? Like if you're a brain dead so-called journalist in D.C., you're like, oh, no, they said it. I'm going to write down, oh, Biden wants it. Oh, golly gee, Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi. Wait, let's just think about that for one quick second. You're telling me Biden, Kamala Harris, Schumer, and Pelosi all want the minimum wage, and they have the House, the Senate, and the White House, but somehow they can't get it. Why? They ran out of shells, and they invented a thing called a parliamentarian. Does the parliamentarian actually exist? Of course it does. Does it have any power? No, zero power, none. If you really wanted it, what did you see?
They voted on it as a party, and 8 Democratic senators said no.
And on Biden's campaign page or any other campaign pages, all right, number 1 priority is respect the parliamentarian, even though he has no power. Number 2 is minimum wage. Number 3 is paid sick leave. No, we never saw respect rando parliamentarian that gives you advice. Okay, duly noted, dude, or in this case, woman that's in charge, right? Great. Okay, I duly noted. I don't agree. Have vice presidents done that in the past? Yes, Hubert Humphrey did it many times. Many other vice presidents, and Walter Mondale did it. So it is very normal. It's part of Senate tradition to say, oh, yeah, I hear your advice, and I don't take it because the person with the power is the presiding chair. The vice president is the presiding chair. Biden is telling Kamala Harris, you are not to back the minimum wage. So don't tell me they want it when they have all the power in the world and they're not giving it to you. That means they don't want it. What they say is irrelevant. What they do matters. So now, so that's obviously true, right? So, but what about progressives? Look, I'll give Bernie half credit because we all asked them to introduce as an amendment. It looks like they're going to introduce it as an amendment. And so I'll give him, but if Bernie wanted to, and it's not just on Bernie, but it is also on Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, Ron Wyden, anybody, Just one senator can go, no. If Manchin votes no, I vote no. Manchin votes yes, I vote yes. It's on Manchin, it's not on me. Not one of them is going to do that. Not one of them. Okay, now let's go to the House. You said, well, what do the progressives in the House have anything to do with this? It's a Senate issue. No, the House can easily block the bill because the Senate amends it. They send it back over to the House. The House has to vote again. Now, how many do you need in the House? Just 6. You just need 6 progressive Democrats to say no. We're not going to agree to never do the minimum wage. And look, I'll challenge them too. And so this is why I say it's burning the bridges. Because when you're out of power, then you're on the Young Turks and you're looking for, volunteers and donors. I'm keeping it real. And I don't begrudge that at all. I love that, right? Because I want our audience empowered. I want you to be able to effectuate change. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get you positive change in the world. And we promised you these bills. We promised you minimum wage. We promised you Medicare for all. We promised you a Green New Deal, college for all. And now to turn around. But when people get in power and you criticize them,
I said people in West Virginia don't want minimum wage as much as other states, as they do an $11 one.
I'm doing now, even if it's in the most constructive way, even if it's in a loving way, saying, I know you've got good intent, but you've got to show me a plan for.
You want progressive reform, you need to overpower them with political power. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. Yes, criticize Joe Biden for not, going on his bully pulpit and demanding a $15 minimum wage. Yes, great. There's no point to go at progressive politicians. There's literally nothing else they could have done. Yes, criticize Joe Biden for not saying, hey, Democratic Party, get in line. Do this. This is a big deal. It's popular. It would be good electorally for Democrats. Yes. Yell at them for that. But there's no reason to make a video called Burning My Bridges about progressives in Congress. It's not about making excuses for Joe Biden. It's about being realistic. Like, I didn't expect Joe Biden to come out and be like, we need this right now. I did not expect that. I didn't expect Joe Manchin to vote for it. I didn't expect Nancy Pelosi to vote for it or to push for it. I didn't expect the entire party to go for it. I just didn't expect that. Yelling at progressives, though, there's nothing else they could have really done without risking huge political capital that they need for future endeavors. It's just how it is. You need enough power to overpower them. And if you don't have that power yet, you shouldn't throw it away. Sure, yeah. Tell people like, hey, why isn't Joe Biden pushing for the $15 an hour? Or why isn't Kamala pushing for the $15 an hour? Or whatever. Or why aren't these senators doing that when they're up for re-election? The scary thing really is, if they don't do something like $15 an hour, are they going to be electorally viable in 2022? The entire country might be dead because of 2022, because of 2024, if the Democrats don't do something big. So yeah, I agree. This is bad. But this video is just like, I don't know, emotional. He's unleashing his feelings, I guess. Burning bridges with progressives in Congress. That's just dumb.
Actual success. They say, oh, no, that's it. That's it. You burnt your bridges. You're not allowed to criticize anyone in power. No problem. Because I don't work for them. I work for you guys. I do. I literally work for you guys. You guys do the membership stuff and all the other stuff. I'm not going to let you down. My job.
Yeah, once the Fed won't do it, then you got to work state level. Make sure the state elections are paid attention to just as much as the presidential elections are, and the federal House and federal Senate. Definitely. Get the $15 an hour passed in your state, yeah.
Is to tell you the truth. If it turns out they had a plan, I tell you guys, cool it. Trust me, okay? We're gonna get this done, and we're gonna be strategic about it, right? But if you tell me no, I'm not gonna do it, and I don't have a plan, or I have pie in the sky.
I don't know why you guys think Joe Biden was gonna fight for a minimum wage tooth and nail. I don't know why you thought that. He's not gonna be an FDR figure going up and being like, did you believe all the CNN articles that said Joe Biden was gonna come out and be like, we need for the soul of our nation to restore the pride in every worker and fight for 15 right now? You think he was gonna do that? No, he's gonna let the game play out. He's literally not going to do anything. He's not an activist president. He is a typical establishment president. That's what he's going to do. That's how the game works.
Where Pelosi and Schumer.
Thank you so much for the $10, Cockeyed Rooster. We need political capital yesterday. All eyes are on Democrats and we need to build trust. Yeah, I'm really scared because Democrats don't know what they're doing. I hate it. They need to be a little bit less civil and fight for some actual material improvements that are very direct. But I mean, so far, Biden's approval is sky high. Democrats' approval is sky high. The COVID handling approval is sky high. So
magically wind up being on our side. And then even if they were, what would they do? $15 minimum wage cannot pass as a standalone bill. It will get filibustered. It must be in a must-pass bill, and you must be able to block that bill if you want the power and you want it to pass. So if they continue on this path, and that's why I'm doing this video, even though it's going to cost me all my relationships, is because I've got to tell you, apparently I think I have to tell them, and they'll be so offended. They'll be so offended. How dare you tell us what reality is? But guys, you tell me. So that's why I'm saying, let me challenge them, but in a good way, right? At least I think it is, but I'm sure they'll be deeply, deeply, deeply offended, right? Tell us what your plan is. And you know, I don't know if you could tell the groups and the progressive groups and it's a secret and etc. But tell somebody, because right now, that's what I've asked everyone on planet Earth. There is no plan B. Well, if there's no plan B, then I'm not going to come out here and tell you guys that it's going to be okay. My optimism is rooted in reality. We have done 1,000 things together.
This isn't. Why is. Oh my god, dude. Why is he talking like such a doomer? Like, this is literally the end of all history. Politics isn't just Congress. Like, this isn't all politics. There is much more to politics than this. If you live in Delaware or West Virginia and you really want this to be done, you push it at the state level. You make it extremely popular to the point where your politician cannot deny it without fearing for re-election.
The audience and us, okay, 1,000 things. I honestly think we've created some miracles together. But in order to do that, you can't just wish it into existence, and you can't just have good intent and go, cross fingers, right? No, you have to have a plan for taking power and using it on behalf of your voters, on behalf of the people that you made those promises to. So if they got a plan or they got anything that they're going to do, oh, I would be ecstatic if I was wrong. I would be jubilant if I was wrong. I would be so happy. I would look like the jank that you saw on the night that they all won their elections. When they won their elections, you saw me jumping through the roof. And why did you see that? Because I thought we were going to get this stuff done. And if now they turn around and they join the "there's nothing we can do" crew, no, I'm out and you should be out. So look, will we give them a second, third chance? Yes, as long as there's something real, right? So I'm not drawing some sort of line and saying, oh, that's it. And I'm not pretending to have any power that I don't have. I have zero power. The only thing that I have is you guys. So if you guys say, hey, what Cenk is saying makes sense, I'll do that and I'll follow that path. Great. If you don't think it makes sense and you think, oh, no, they probably Pelosi and Schumer are on their side and probably it'll happen a couple of years later. Okay, then you do that. Okay. And that's your choice. So if they want to come out and explain how they got a great strategy, I'm all ears, ecstatic to hear it, etc. But
sure, he can do more. I'm not guaranteeing it would work, but he definitely can do more. He can definitely show that he's fighting for it directly and say, hey, I'm taking up this fight and I'm going to pressure people. I'm not saying he should be withholding federal funds for it. He wouldn't do that, but I don't know.
If they don't turn around, that's why I'm doing the video. If they don't turn around, either tonight or ever, we have no chance of winning. They've got to hold the line.
God, what a defeatist. Holy crap, dude.
There's no hope. If you have power, the point of it is to use it. If you're the budget chairman, you should use your power as a budget
chairman. How can you be against forced to vote and then be saying this? How can he hold both of those positions? How could he be for that and not for this? Or against that and for, like, what?
Corporate Democrats do it all the time. Richie Neal kills us as the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. He has killed untold number of progressive legislation. And Pelosi goes, oh, there's nothing I can do. Richard Neal, budget chair. I mean, the Ways and Means chair. There's nothing you can do. The chairman decides. Now we go to the Senate. All of a sudden, the chairman doesn't decide. Oh, come on, guys. We're tired of this shell game.
How are we getting no new progressives elected to the Senate? Yeah, Bernie used his powers to force a vote. Great. But, like, we aren't winning elections. Progressives aren't winning elections. How are we supposed to get this stuff done if we aren't winning elections? How are we going to strong arm the political process if we can't win? If we don't have people that are in these positions of power? How are we going to, like, are we supposed to just, like, make it, like, do people think politics is like a boxing match or whatever, or like a fight, a street fight? You just keep on punching until you get what you want? Like, that's not how this works. Even if people thinking it's popular is one aspect of it. But as progressives, if we can show no ability to wage political power and to gain actual seats in government, why would they listen to us? Why would they do anything we'd want to do? Like, why would they do it?
Super duper exhausted of this shell game. Pass the damn thing. There is a way to pass it, and you know it. But you've got to. And now this. All right. Anyway, you know what they got to do. They know what they got to do. If they don't do it, it's okay. There's no threats here. There's no nothing here. There's just disappointment and reality. You know how you could prove me wrong and say, haha, that jank guy, he doesn't know what he's doing. You should never listen to him. Pass the damn thing. Pass the $15 minimum wage. Throw me under a bus. Throw me under a.
Just pass it. Just do it.
18-wheeler. I don't care. But for God's sake, have a plan, fight for it, hold the line, and pass it. That's what we elected you for. And if at some point you can't stand up to Pelosi, Schumer, and Biden, look, super last thing, guys. If you can't stand up to those guys, we're never going to win. And don't get me wrong. There is a massive, not massive.
They're trying to take over the party, not seem like enemies of the party. They want to take over the party. They want to say, hey, once Nancy Pelosi's gone, we are the natural transition. AOC is the natural transition. We are the new leaders of the party. We are not the enemies of the Democratic Party. We are not Democrats. We are the real Democrats. That's what they are trying to do. That's why they are playing tentatively with this. This policy change, Medicare for All, Green New Deal, all this stuff is not happening within the next 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 years. I don't know when InFrared is going to be ready. Okay, I need to get water in a second
There's a
then.
significant downside to those folks standing up to those people. They'll get all the hate in the world. Okay, the Pelosi
4.4K subs, 59 viewers, has 2K subs, 165 viewers.
Schumer will yell at him and they'll say, you're committee assignments and this, and your constituents, and they needed this bill, and the bill must pass, and you're delaying it, and you're a monster, and all of the corporate media will join. All the corporate media will rain down hell on him. I know that. But you're going to be surprised at how easy it is to get past that. The corporate media
yeah, he's acting like they didn't try anything already too, yeah.
hates you anyway. The leadership was never going to give you what you wanted anyway. The reason that they would be upset,
dude, I want him to dominate my chat. I really want him to.
Is because you are demanding power. How many times do we have to do the same Frederick Douglass quote? Power never concedes without a demand. Tonight they're going to decide whether they're going to do a demand tonight.
Jesus, dude, I hate these long, drawn-out things complaining about policy when they bring up like old quotes and cliches. I just can't stand it.
And if they decide no, at some point they've got to figure out if they're ever going to demand power on your behalf. That's their decision to make.
No, it's all right. It's all right, Sarah. Don't worry. If they want to consume the chat, let them. Honestly, he's asking to be dominated. That person just went back to InFrared's chat. Oh no. All right, no, let them. Okay. See what they do first. If it gets really bad, then kick them out. See how bad it gets. Yeah, I want to be dominated. Okay. I'll be right back. I need to get water.
I just tell you what's happening. Thank you for listening.
Here,
Thank you.
Is there a minute left? Okay, listen to the final minute. I'll be right back. I need water. Okay, 1 second.
Thank you for caring. Thank you for doing all that you can. Look, I'm exhausted from trying, but hashtag do the minimum. Do the minimum. It's the minimum wage, and it's the lowest priority we have. If you can't do the bare minimum, we're never going to win for another 2 years, another 4 years, and God knows what happens in 2024, and on the misery goes. The wages are so low. They're so oppressively low. It's $15,000 a year if you work full time. This could be a $92 billion raise. You think you can't beat Manchin? And they always say, well, Manchin's going to vote. No, well, there's nothing I could do. There is something you could do. Rebellion PAC's going to run ads. You could run ads. You could go to West Virginia and say, this guy is lowering your wages by $92 billion. It's $15 minimum wage is incredibly popular in West Virginia. It's incredibly popular in Arizona. It's incredibly popular all across the country. Don't tell me there isn't anything you can do. And I know it's painful to you, but you're choosing not to do it. I hate that uncomfortable reality, but it is real. That is real. All right, Young Turks.
I can't even take Mr. Zombie Killer seriously because they strawman everything I say, so. Alright, let's get ready. Jimmy Dore sucks. 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 Ooh, let's look at this chat. Wait. Oh, that's me. That's me. 1 second. Somebody in InFared's chat said, never heard of Jola till now, so I checked him out. He's another hypocrite who calls everybody racist that isn't Dems, yet he herds for evil Biden, a fascist who spends trillions to kill innocent millions. True? How did he know? Jimmy Dore sucks. Running ads against Joe Manchin. Yeah, let's run ads against him. Oh, there I am, double. I gotta move that away. Look at that. 1 dislike? Am I nervous? Yeah, I'm super nervous. Stay soon. I have no followers on my new Twitter. Here, follow my new Twitter. I made a new one. Now there's nobody that follows me. Here. How do I do this? Take it. Take it. Follow. There it is. Dude, his name is Joe Manchin. Of course he's rich. Of course he doesn't want the money. Yeah, the way they voted down the $15 minimum wage. Yeah, here. I'll find that video quick. What's the name again? Cinema minimum wage? That's not how you spell it. Ugh. Gross. With a designer bag. Yeah, I actually met Bernie.
Miss Cinema, Miss Cinema. No.
The biggest stories the moment they happen from around the globe. Subscribe to Bloomberg Quick Take now for insight
What?
in an
No.
instant.
No. Look at that.
Miss Cinema.
Swag. Super cool. Why did she do that though? Like the whole body movement, like, ha. Should I scream? I don't want to yell. No, I don't yell. Using Twitter makes you a worse person. True. Yeah, 3 people follow. Let's go. 3 people. Shout out to you. Shout out to you and you and you. Joe owns a mansion. That's why he doesn't want minimum wage to be up. You accidentally dodged becoming human trash. Sarah, that's crazy. So we look at this. Tanky obliterates socialism done left. That's pretty rough. SocDoneLeft got destroyed. Feel bad for him. Falling to the wrath. Dude, why are they being so mean to me? That's so mean. Jola is sad. Jola is going to be like Man in the Wall. Who's that? But faker. Kmart. Yeah, what does gorilla mean? How should I shout? Should I put my Trump mask on?
Sanders. Miss Smithster.
Wait. She actually like. Hey, Bernie forced to vote. Guerrilla means real Marxism. If I look up guerrilla Marxism, will something come up?
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla.
Hey, HAL 9000. I see you change your name on YouTube like every other day because you're like addicted to getting in internet conflicts and harassing content creators. Your name was Vaush the other day. Oh my god, I want my good microphone. How I should shout? I don't shout. Whoever's talking, whoever's watching me right now, and whoever is listening to me talking about INFARED, I don't yell. I don't yell, dude. I'm like Ben Shapiro. We share the same ideology. We're both hardcore conservatives. Like, I support no minimum wage. I support no healthcare. It's a privilege to have healthcare. So, I mean, these liberals think we should have healthcare. These leftists think we should have. I don't think we should have any healthcare. All right. Marxism, guerrilla. Marxism, gorilla. Googling it. What? I don't get it. CIA clipped and shipped. My God, Mr. I might ban you, Mr. Zombie Killer. I might actually do it. I can't listen to your dumb shit. I can't handle it. You might be gone. If you say something else, I think I might have to kick you. Not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. When people misrepresent me to that extent, I just can't deal with it. I don't even care. Bye, Ranch Panda. It'll happen soon, don't worry. This debate. KGB, yeah, me too. Oh yeah, Booksmart's got back to me, so he should be doing something with him maybe. Possibly. I'll send him an email back soon. What do you think about what Destiny had been going through or has been going through? I mean, we knew that was going to happen, right? Not a surprise. He got close to the political power and they cracked down on him, you know? They're like, "Hey, we have this tape of you saying something weird a couple years ago, Destiny." Ooh, girl sounds like Siri. Let's see it. This is the hot political stuff for today, right?
No, it's not a voice changer. So anyone that's not heard it, basically, I'm in a server, the OTV Rust server, and it's a roleplay server, and my character is Siri. So I do it with my hello, I'm Siri.
That's not even.
Also,
This doesn't sound like Siri.
I just talk like this. Hello, I'm Siri.
That's not
Also,
Siri.
fun fact, guys.
That's not Siri. I don't trust it.
Last night, I dream I was talking.
Thank you so much for the $5 from Canada. Mr. Zombie Killer is one of the only progressives in this chat. Yes! Yes. True. God, I hate this angle. I hate this camera angle. So much. Thank you so much for the $5. Have I ever tried using pita bread to make pizza? Nope, I have not. Is it good? I don't blame lefties for anything bad in America. Oh my God. I might have to do it. I might have to do it. You're getting close. You're getting close. I might have to ban you. You're getting real close. Oh my God. Oof. Oh, yeah, that's a little heavy right there. You might have to be gone after that one. I'm just saying. Ooh, cat and bread. That's a fat cat. Cat wants soup. He's pretending like he's gonna cuddle, but he wants soup, right? Look at him. Covert. Undercover. Never mind. Oh. Quality content.
Why were you playing dead?
Loud. Loud cat.
Hi.
Meow. Meow. I like it.
Clinton.
Clinton? Is this cat's name Clinton?
Should I pet the kitty?
Meow.
Should I pet the kitty? Okay, I'll pet the kitty.
Yes, pet the kitty. Crazy. What has Vaush been posting lately? No, what is this? Osh. No. Here, I'll put Vaush up because these infrared people hate Vaush. They're calling it sexism if Democratic senators vote no on living wage. What is this Glenn I can't type. We will never be a socialist country. Socialism, Donald Trump, socialism is one of the most serious challenges in the world. I agree. We need to eradicate leftism in all forms. Starting with infrared. Vaush N-word, yeah. Now I want to see Glenn Greenwald called... But didn't Hassan watch it? Somebody had to have put a video up of this. Like, a clip. Is it on here? Glenn Greenwald. A Vaush. What's this? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. How do I do this? New scene. Display capture. You're gonna see some crazy stuff in a second. Watch this. Oh no. Oh. Crazy. Alright, I gotta get my face in here though, right? Yes, here. Video capture device. 2. Yes. 30 plus maps of America that will make you question everything you know about the USA. Think the drive-thru is open? After any big night out on the town, it's imperative to grab some grub on the way home. But which are the most frequented establishments to go late at night in order to quench this craving? Waffle House, McDonald's, Taco Bell. So Northeast is McDonald's. Central America, Taco Bell. North, Taco Bell. McDonald's is in California too, spread out. But honestly, the biggest concentration here is obviously Waffle House. I don't mind Waffle House. I feel in danger if I go there at certain times. I don't live in the South, of course. But yeah, I could definitely see McDonald's being Northeast. That makes sense. Yeah, definitely. Shaken all over. From icy Alaska down to sunny California. One reason for not living on the west coast of the states could be the very healthy fear of being caught in an earthquake. It doesn't matter where in America you live, in reality. In any state, there could be an earthquake. But, I mean, let's be real here. 4.5 in Pennsylvania versus 9.2 in Alaska. That's a big difference. That's not equal. 7.9 in California. By the way, California is going to fall off the map someday. Once the San Andreas Fault cracks, just wait. California's off the map. Goodbye, Hollywood. Goodbye, Hollywood. With or without pulp? Without. Unless if it's like really premium shit. All orange production. California, Florida, Texas. Yeah, I mean, Florida's on the bottles, right, for orange juice? Typically. From what I've seen. Welcome, viewers. Please drop a like on the stream. Welcome, infrared people, too. We are friendly here. We all love each other. We're all friends. Fighting for a common goal of eradicating socialism from America. Life's tough. Most depressed states. Highest rates of depression. Maine, Minnesota, and Utah. What do they have in common? I don't know. Yeah, 2014, there was one in Pennsylvania. What is the least... yeah, Hawaii, of course, is going to be... Yeah, of course Hawaii is the least depressed state. Of course. What else would it be? California's pretty good. Florida's pretty good. Pennsylvania's pretty good. New England's pretty depressed. Is it the weather up there, maybe? Kansas, Missouri. I mean, I'd be depressed if I was from those states, too. Louisiana, Alabama. Yeah, Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee seems pretty cool, though. Wyoming. Minnesota, seasonal depression, yeah. Barking up the wrong tree. Hot chocolate and hot cocoa. What's the difference? I don't know the difference. What is the... Let me know. Tree diversity. LV is fun. What did HAL 9000 say? No, wait, L33T? I'm waiting for a DM right now. It'll come. You're in Los Angeles. Hot cocoa has a stronger chocolate taste and is therefore better. The tiers go hot cocoa on top, hot chocolate, and then chocolate milk. Well, hot chocolate is pretty fake, right? Like, it's usually lesser. It's not as good. Cocoa seems to be like more pure. Like, you know how like espresso or something is better, like more pure coffee versus like a iced coffee? Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. All right, let me get something ready quick.
All right.
Is this on screen good? Yeah. I gotta join his Discord again real quick. 1 second. Where is your Discord at? I see you looking at me. On a video? I did not watch that, by the way. I did not watch that. Here. Joining server. Am I gonna have to wait to actually do something in this server? Is it like a amount of time? I'm gonna put your audio on real quick. Looking at me.
If you can hear me, it's
video?
I can give you an invite
I
right
did
now.
not watch that, by the way. Yeah, send me an invite. Oh, wait, here you go. Show queue? Oh, there you go. All right.
Okay, Jola, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing pretty swell today. Yeah, so I've been messaging you in a very aggressive tone. I'm actually not like that. So,
Yeah, I could tell, dude. I could tell. Don't worry.
yeah, I'm pretty chill. Yeah, this conversation should be pretty fun. I know you're a big like Jimmy Dore fan and all of that, which right away I can tell is going to be a very, very big difference because I am very vehemently against Jimmy Dore and his politics.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically my concern is with your method of political change. I think the overall ideology, and are you like a fan of like Glenn Greenwald and Jimmy Dore and like that class of people?
I guess so. Yeah. Also, the gray zone type of people, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
even a
my
little bit more extreme.
yeah, so my big concern is that you guys hate liberals more than you actually want to improve people's material conditions.
Okay. A few things. To me, politics is about power. Politics is war. Now, to me, we look at and want to learn from socialism with Chinese characteristics, according to which, yes, ultimately, the purpose of a people's state or any type of people's politics, its content is to fulfill the needs of the people and improve people's living standards. But this cannot be confused for the struggle for power. And in this struggle for power, um, a politician's goal, who especially one who is not in power, to the extent that they are improving people's lives, it is ultimately for power when they're not already in power. It's not to do charity. Politics and charity are very different things. So the reason why we hate liberals is not so much that we just have a personal problem with them and hate them. It's that we find it necessary to establish ourselves as distinct from liberals despite being leftists. So we want people to know that there's an alternative to the people who are kind of monopolizing what it means to be a leftist in America.
But when it comes to power, don't you need to convince enough of the populace to actually come along to your ideology? And if you look at people in America, I'd say America is pretty right-wing leaning. So if we look at who is going to be more susceptible to like progressive ideas, I would say that would be liberal-minded people. Economically, they are more for the stuff that I would talk about, like in reforming the system. But I'm not sure if you'd even be for reforming this system, right? You want to just totally take it down, right?
Well, before we talk about that whole issue, I just want to
Sure.
make a point of clarifying that it's only superficially true that liberal-minded people currently would be more interested in left-wing politics than I don't know if you would call it a majority, but at least a substantial portion of the American people who are right-wing. In our view, the American people and this liberal class, this metropolitan, urbanized, we in our terminology, we call them the professional managerial class. This analysis only holds if we regard politics on the basis of a superficial political spectrum and regard the content of political ideology as basically itself, as just ideas. But we don't think political ideologies merely represent ideas, they also represent material realities. And this contradiction can give rise to apparent paradoxes, such as the fact that people who appear to be right wing and Republican voters, which they are right now, don't get me wrong, can be more disposed to a more populistic left than liberal minded people were, because people hold the political beliefs they do and the views they do, not because of abstract ideology, but because of the way in which it reflects and relates to their material and social position.
But right now in America, if you look at conservative-minded people, although you may think they respond to populist messages, it's not that of economic populism. Trump voters respond heavily to messages about, hating immigrants. For example, white voters, the more rich they become, the less likely they are to vote for the Democratic candidate. So it's not like poor white people are simply,
Sure. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
There you
Go
go.
on.
No, you could go.
Okay. Two things. I agree that Trump didn't really lean in heavy on the economic aspect like Bernie did. Although, to be fair, Trump did allude to that. I mean, he was alluding to, healthcare and all this kinds of stuff to his supporters. But in general, you're right. The primary means by which populism is manifested in Trump's case is this type of anti-immigrant and all that kind of stuff, these kinds of more racial dog whistles or whatever. But it also must be understood that even this is a proxy for material and institutional differentiations in America. Now, to condense that, simplify it, what I mean to say is that currently progressive politics in America, whether we like it or not, whether we're progressive or not, we have to accept the sober reality that only a small minority of Americans are initiated and properly institutionalized enough to fit the criteria of being so-called progressive. Okay, so progressive views, in a sense, are a proxy for some type of stratum of society distinct from Trump's masses. So Trump's anti-immigrant stuff and his extreme non-political posture, non-politically correct posturing and all that kind of stuff is also a dog whistle to say, hey guys, I am more like you. I'm not like these elites. I speak and think and talk like you. The second thing regarding voters who are more rich, I'm interested. I'm not questioning the data or anything. I'm just genuinely curious. When is this data from? Because I to my extent of my familiarity, during the Biden during the Biden sorry, I have had like 2 hours of sleep. During the recent general election, the Democrats, the decisive element in giving the Democrats, bringing them to power, were the more wealthy white suburban classes. So it seems to me there's an opposite trend that's happening right now, which is that the more rich white people are, the more they're going to lean on so-called progressive and Democrat. Now, actually, wealth is not that much of a reliable indicator, though, in my experience. It just depends on where are they getting their wealth. Now, people whose primary way of getting wealth can bypass institutions, they are probably going to be more Trump supporting. But people who are wealthy and who get their wealth through the middleman of some type of institution, I think you will see an opposite effect. An example of this is the fact that Trump wins across the board among the less educated. I know liberals like to kind of laugh, they're all stupid, but it is a proxy to measure the extent to which Trump voters are institutionalized. It's a very reliable proxy.
Okay, I just want to sort of pick it apart. Like, so right now in this country, where we are right now, so you want to make yourself very distinct from liberals. You don't want to work with them whatsoever. So would you criticize Bernie Sanders for how he works within the system right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to cut off liberals, so that is at least, I would say like 30% of America's voter base. And then we take like independents, maybe some of them are more liberal minded. You take away conservatives, what base are you planning on pulling from if these people are already set in this mindset? Are you looking to work with other anti-liberals and on like the right side too?
Yeah. I think the confusion kind of arises when our proxy for who we want our base to be and stuff, we don't measure that based necessarily on ideology, although ideology sometimes is a reliable proxy. We do it based on social and class differentiations. So to translate the whole, we don't want liberals, in our translation, it means we do no longer want to cater to the professional managerial class. We want to move from catering to the language and ideology understood only by the professional managerial class, we view them as gatekeepers of the left. And we want to make the left more accessible and more sensible to people whose means of living is outside of urban, metropolitan, and so on institutions. People whose means of making a living is not how should I put it? Does not have a private sector safety net of some kind. Like, they're not in these cushioned insular institutions that guarantee them a minimum of stability. I guess actually salaried is a good word. We don't want to appeal to people who can have the guarantee of a salary. We want to appeal to people who are used to having heavy industry jobs or who have lost those jobs because of sorry, my brain is foggy. I have 2 hours of sleep.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because their jobs are shipped overseas, or that those jobs are outmoded because of technology. Those weak, in Marxist terms, I know we don't want to get into this ideological stuff. We would call this more or less the working class.
Well, let me just give you my basic framework of how I view your movement versus what I do. So throughout history, I basically measure movements who are very ambitious in what their changes to society are. I see these movements trading stability because stability is very slow moving and everything. They trade that and incrementalism for something that will be very accelerated. I'm not saying you're a full-on like accelerationist, but what I'm saying is a lot of times the liberals will be hated Regular like conservatives will be hated, and a lot of times the extremes will come together, and the only line that people agree on is we need to come together to take down this liberal government. And what happens when that government is finally taken down, and this is why I criticized Jimmy Dore for talking to that one Boogaloo boy. When that government is taken down, there's a process of fragmentation and reform, and it comes back up back up in a different form, right? Whenever that government is torn apart, especially in America, any revolutionary ideology that is solely anti-liberal, in America, I see the military, I see the police state, I see the suburbs, I see how these places are skewing to the right wing. There has never been a point in which this chaos actually ended in a better material condition for the people.
Is that all, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah, regarding this thing about stability and accelerationism, I actually think we can sum up the controversy in a more simple word: voluntarism. I actually don't think the question of whether things are accelerating or not, or whether things are destabilizing, is because we voluntarily wish them to. In my view, we recognize that the liberal order is objectively breaking down and is objectively becoming delegitimized in the eyes of the masses, in the eyes of the American people. Now, I've observed among many liberals what I think is some kind of psychosis. They want to blame Russia, and they want to blame foreign interference, and they want some kind of scapegoat. But I think this is just a kind of denial of the fact that liberalism is collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions. So to me, I wouldn't say I'm an accelerationist, because that assumes that I have to initiate this transformation. I think rather, as proven by the very election of Trump, which is very well outside of my own hands and outside of the hands of people who think like me, we merely refuse to partake in this kind of liberal psychosis, which is in denial of the trend of reality. We want to embrace this new reality and be worthy of it, own up to it, and seize hegemony over it. So you're right that there is no guarantee that the collapse of the establishment will lead to the success of the progressive forces. Actually, that's a loaded term to clarify. I consider us populistic, communistic, whatever type of people to be the progressive forces. But oftentimes it can lead to an even more violent reaction on behalf of the establishment to save itself. That was the example of fascism, for example, in Germany. A lot of people think this was the establishment collapsed there. It didn't collapse. Hitler was appointed by the German establishment and backed by the German establishment. I don't want to get into a history thing, but whether this leads to I kind of also disagree that it doesn't lead to a benefit of the people per se. I guess I would have to ask you what examples you have in mind, because for me, an example of some type of threat to the American establishment was that there actually is a history of populism in America. There was the Populist Party and the Farmers Alliance in the early 20th century and the late 19th century. And these actually culminated into what we now know as the New Deal Democrats. Of course, this wasn't a full-on collapse of the establishment, but FDR did shake up the American establishment.
Well, let me clear something up really quick. When I say populist, in this sense, I'm sort of leaning into the definition of illiberal, too. And by liberal, I mean, a society that plays by these, I guess, norms of governing. That stability and building off of that stability is what I'm saying is necessary. Like, you're talking about us, at the most, a social democrat building up a big welfare state, which is characteristic of like a social democrat liberal. That wasn't an actual like revolution or anything. That wasn't a fragmentation.
I would disagree with that characterization. I think that it wasn't a social democrat just implementing gradual ideas. It was in the context of a rising populist momentum in America under the backdrop of the Russian Revolution as well, a rising labor movement, an acceleration of the class struggle, and the imminent threat of some kind of actual political revolution being taken seriously by the the governments of the West across the board, including America.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though.
and-
Like, I think we should keep this main structure in place, and also allow these populist movements to gain steam, so that the top, the reaction of the ruling class, their reaction is always to say, we need to prevent some type of revolution. We need to prevent, prevent an uprising. What I'm saying is, for example, this election, Biden versus Trump. I was very strongly for voting for Biden because I do see populism on the rise. And I think that populism is going to force the people who are in power to create actual change. Because I don't want illiberals to be in charge, people who don't believe in any governing whatsoever, because that leads to a complete societal collapse. So I'm not saying that these aren't populist movements. What I am saying is we need this structure that can be moved by these populist movements, because I don't think if we want things like universal healthcare, universal childcare, universal education, that isn't possible without a full government working in together.
Well, I consider this stance, in my view, it falls victim to a certain paradox, which is it, and I don't want to, throw curveballs and confuse. So I'm going to try to clarify everything I'm going to say. It confuses what it takes to be the objective reality we merely have to recognize and accept, and the subjective one. What do I mean by that? If it was within our power, even if we determined that it was necessary to preserve the establishment of some kind, I don't want to strawman you, like based on what you were saying, we need to keep the stability. If we even had that power, that also assumes we have the power to create the alternative. If we had that power, why wasn't Bernie the candidate? And the reason Bernie wasn't the candidate is because we don't even have that power.
But the threat of Bernie being the candidate does help change what the eventual policy outcomes are. Like, for example, Amazon right now, they don't want workers to unionize. The reason that they have a $15 wage now, and the reason they have benefits, is because for a long time now, there's been a threat of workers unionizing. So that threat was enough to move the establishment in a way that would be better for people overall. Whenever there is a collapse of society, I typically see the capital owners always maintaining their positions in that society. So if they had to pull the strings, if the capital owners are in charge of the military, they are going to be protected as property owners by the police state. If a society actually collapses and we don't maintain a civil structure of government, when that society does collapse, the ruling class makes sure it falls in one direction, and it's never to the left, because that'll actually hurt their material wealth. They always make a fall to the right, right?
What examples do you have of a societal collapse, just so we can be more clear about what we're talking about?
When I look at like the OG fascist movement, the market class working with like Mussolini, when they're talking about like, we don't want a socialist revolution, right? They didn't want something on the left. They wanted a revolution that'd be more like use social aesthetics while at the same time maintaining authoritarian power with these ruling classes.
But I wouldn't actually consider that a collapse of the establishment. I think that was the establishment's emergency security measure against precisely that. And that's why, to me, those revolutions, in quotes.
Well, that's where I think we're going now, though. I think that is the default. I don't think there's ever going to be another chance of something like the French Revolution or something.
Well, as an analogy, in the modern, there's a few elements that would make it comparable. First, probably the most important one is the backing of the military-industrial complex, a newfound chauvinism against some kind of rising or rival power, like China, for example. And to me, the liberal status quo and establishment are just as culpable in comprising these same establishment elements, which, if we compare them to the analogy of Germany, were precisely the ones who in their hour of need turned to Hitler. Now, before we can prepare ourselves against the threat of something like that, I think as capital C communists, which is where we're coming from, I know it's kind of, curveball, doesn't make much sense right now, but our view would be that we should learn from the mistakes of communists back then. I think I have a pretty solid idea of what their mistakes were. And the way in which one prevents this last emergency ditch of the establishment is, first and foremost, before you can worry about preventing it, you have to pose such a threat to that establishment in the first place that they would resort to that last emergency. So I just feel like first you have to actually pose that threat, then you can, and have an alternative vision and so on and so on. Then you can worry about what their response and their reaction is going to be. But when you're doing that, you're already going to be distinguishing yourself in such a way that you are not going to be aligned with what we think of as liberals.
Okay, who would you rather be allied with right now in your goal to make this change happen? Would you rather work with forces like the Boogaloo Boys, or would you rather work with, I guess, liberal organizers? What would your goal be? Would you agree with certain people who say like we should be working with Proud Boys and Boogaloo Boys, in order to make sure this populist energy? Because of course, whenever there's energy in the streets, do you think that line of thinking works for you?
Well, I think a lot of those people, I'm not too familiar with them actually. I just know vaguely, they're militia type people, but I think a lot of those people are swept up in those trends in ways that don't necessarily reflect their possible all the range of their possible actual political positions. I think people join Boogaloo Boys and all these people you're talking about for lack of a better alternative. So if the question is, would we want to create a better alternative for those people and engage in a dialogue with those people, not pander to their beliefs, but just create an alternative that appeals to people who come from their class background and can speak their language and can present one's position in a way that's sensible to them, I think that is far more likely and viable than winning over people whose class interest, who have no class interest whatsoever, just based on how they make a living, to align with what I would consider left-wing populistic or communistic forces. I guess the way I'd sum it up, since that was pretty long, just simplify it, it's not about pandering to those people's beliefs. It's just about not writing them off as inherently bad people just because they may have misguided views.
So do you think class is the center of all of this?
I mean, as a Marxist, of course, but what we mean by class and what class means and how it expresses itself and all those kinds of things, that cannot be taken for granted. And actually, our show, the INFARED show, does pose a unique view of, for example, class that you won't find among many other Marxists.
Explain.
For example. Sure. The best way I could sum it up is basically that one important thing, well, this is shared by all Marxists, class is not strictly defined by wealth. It's not strictly defined by wealth. It's defined by one's relation to the forces of production. It's also not defined, and this is where we diverge from BreadTube and many other Marxists, by your relation to power. It's not defined by how much power you have in the workplace. It's defined by how you make a living in this world. What is your means of making a living? How do you support yourself and your family? And how do people in your community do that? And how does the world make sense to you based on that? So I think that's how I would sum it up.
How do you approach somebody who grew up in a suburb right now? They feel populist because they believe in like the Jewish question. They believe that QAnon is going to be something important. They believe that Donald Trump has completely got the election stolen from him, and they also are very leaning towards white supremacy. So they're pretty wealthy, but you're saying that doesn't matter if they're wealthy or not.
Well, wealth is not the only measure, but to answer your question, suburb, I would have to pose the following questions. How do they, I don't know if they're living with their parents, so it'd be a question of how their parents, but if it's them, their own house, how do they make a living? And are they downwardly mobile? And what is this suburb? Is it the suburb from the 20th century? Is it the dying middle class of the 20th century? Or is it the new kind of digital age, Amazon era suburbs that we see propping up, which in fact do lean more towards the Democrats? Now, admittedly, a lot of people from the alt-right did come from Silicon Valley type suburbs, like in San Francisco, in Silicon Valley specifically. So there are alt-right people there, but in terms of their class character, notwithstanding apparent contrasts in their beliefs, these are the same backgrounds that are your bread and butter liberals. Many, in other words, the pipeline from being a bread and butter type of liberal progressive technocrat type of person to becoming a red-pilled alt-right person is not that short. It's not that short. Another thing, an example of this, I think, is that I think Richard Spencer represents this type of person you probably have in mind. But Spencer was advocating for voting for Biden, and he correctly saw that Biden does represent some kind of new reinforcement of the interests of the new white suburban elites. And he explicitly has been saying as much. Now, but not all right-wing people are the same. This type of person, Richard Spencer type of person, is very different than your random Trump supporting QAnon, QAnon type of person. I guess that would be my answer.
Yeah, just overall, I just think the ideology is hating liberals. And when I talk about like material conditions right now, if I wasn't involved in liberal politics, as you would say, if I wasn't involved in making sure like Biden got elected, if I wasn't involved in Democrats being elected to the Senate and Congress and local House and the state Senate, state House, and all that stuff, like Biden versus Trump. Biden winning over Trump was the difference between like 30 million Americans having health care, and an array of other things when it comes to community health programs, community educational programs, so many things that it's not perfect, it's not universal, but a lot of people would have been hurt from like Biden losing to Trump. So not being involved in that fight is something I simply cannot do whatsoever. And I'm not sure why you see fit to let that trade-off happen, unless if you think that's part of your plan.
Well, again, it's part of this whole issue of voluntarism and confusing objective realities with this, what is within the sphere of our subjective intervention. I think a flaw in the harm reduction argument is basically, again, goes back to this issue of why do we limit how we define our power? If we had the power you're talking about, why couldn't we have gotten Bernie elected? I think we leftists, if you're a leftist, I'm not sure, I'm not going to make assumptions. I just think leftists like myself are not actually the ones decisive in elections like Biden versus Trump.
No, just to your chat, like literally just the differences on the policy between Biden and Trump. And I know that your chat will not like policy whatsoever because they don't care about actual policy. But like just the difference on Medicaid expansion alone is the difference between like 20 million Americans having healthcare. That's how the policy works. Like I don't care about their emotional stuff down there.
Sure, but my issue with harm reduction is twofold. When we're dealing with a scale of tens of millions of people, like you're saying, we can't pick and choose our morality. There are instances in which you can see that Biden's reign could very plausibly lead to more deaths, for example, overseas than Trump. An example of this is Korea. Trump was much more conciliatory towards North Korea than Biden and the Democrats appear to be. So we can't pick and choose when we want to be harm reductionists when we're dealing with a very impersonal scale of people. We cannot account for what's going to happen to millions and tens of millions of people, because we can't say in one instance it's okay if Biden drones people and kills people that may or may have not been droned under Trump, and then in the other instance say, well, at least Biden saved tens of millions of people, because I think this is actually a race to the bottom. And this is going to be a super extreme example. I don't want to throw a curveball at you. I'm just using this example because it's like the most extreme, so it's easy to understand, the consequences of this logic. I think when it's taken sufficiently as far as it is, this could also be applied if we were living under some kind of. I'm not saying we are, but if we were living under Nazism, we can also use this logic. You could be a harm reductionist if you were living under Nazism, but I think at a certain point, if you have an independent political position, you have to draw a line somewhere. And to me, Bernie is the one who successfully drew that line in 2016 in the primary there.
Well, I think Bernie is smarter because he understands what it takes to keep people above water in general. I think he has studied enough revolutionary history to know that isn't the route to go. I think that's why he does what he is doing right now with Joe Biden, playing coy with all of these establishment politicians, trying to influence politics as much as possible. And Trump over Obama, he had more airstrikes in Yemen over his first 2 years than Obama had his entire first 2 terms. Like, there's areas, like, we could look at different situations and we could play this game all over the place. But, like, domestically speaking, the policy's nowhere near as similar. And populism isn't exclusive to left or right when we're competing over who's going to be taking over whatever the current liberal establishment is. So if we have somebody who is a very right-wing populist, I'm not going to say fascist, I know you don't like that word, but he is an ultra-nationalist or nationalist. If we have that person having the bully pulpit and getting people along with that kind of populism, that is hurting your cause too. Having Trump in office over Biden sort of hurts your cause, doesn't it? Because you need to radicalize people. Anyway, so I'm not sure, because I saw you had a debate on why you would not be supporting Biden, because Trump having that reach and being able to radicalize people in that sense through that megaphone is detrimental to everybody, I think.
A few things, you have to forgive me. The first thing you said was about Bernie. Well, I actually don't. My interpretation of Bernie's actions have not been that generous. I think Bernie created a line in the sand that he himself crossed because he too was swept into this. And I don't blame him personally. I know the ideological and even material reasons, but he fears the dissolution of the liberal, not only liberal establishment, but the liberal world order. That's my issue with Bernie, is that, bridging this off to the second point, because we can establish a bridge about populism and liberal establishment, and that populism isn't necessarily right wing or left wing. Again, I think we're confusing too much voluntarism, subjectivism, and the objective realities. To me, populism refers to a phenomena in reality. It refers to the dissolution of establishments and the rousing of proportions and masses of the population who for a long time have been directly or indirectly excluded from this establishment. Now, of course, it's true that it's not necessarily left-wing or it's right-wing. That's because left-wing and right-wing are more on the subjective side of things, but this is a kind of objective reality. So to me, it just depends on how you're going to react to the subjective phenomena. We cannot premise the phenomena with some kind of normative position of whether it's good or it's bad. We must either say that we must either side with the establishment and rain down upon the people in some kind of vendee, or we can accept the inevitability of this liberal establishment's dissolution and its collapse. Now, I think your last point was whether Biden would be better or worse for leftists trying to be radicalized. It's actually tough. Honest to God, it's tough to. I think one of the upsides of Trump's victory in 2016 was the way in which he absolutely not only humiliated the American establishment, but he proved that they're kind of paper tigers. He proved that something like that could happen. He completely led to the collapse, the final nail in the coffin to the population's confidence in the legitimacy of the American establishment. And this is very favorable to people like us. People like us who are completely outside of ideological, academic, and political establishment. We are putting forward extremely heterodox ideas in society. which I don't think would have even been seen the light of day had it not been for Trump basically exposing the fact that things which appear fringe, things which appear heterodox and against the mainstream, can indeed, in America, become a mighty force.
Just as a principle, are you willing to trade societal suffering to sort of, well, is your goal to accelerate the process, or is it just to pick up the pieces, really?
I don't think I can accelerate the process or quell the process's acceleration. I think I can only make peace with an acceleration that is simply happening. And again, my biggest proof of the fact that it is happening is the way in which liberals, to me, find it necessary to invent pathological responses to reality with this new paranoia about Russia and among many other things. It seems to me that they are the ones attempting to control something that cannot be controlled. All we're doing, or what I'm doing, if I'm speaking for myself, is refusing to be in denial anymore, refusing to enter into this psychosis.
Well, yeah,
I
but
simply
basically I'm trying to like, what I'm saying is, are you willing to trade, like, for example, it's objectively true, all the healthcare stuff. If 30 million less people are going to have healthcare, if Trump's president over Biden, is that a trade-off you're willing to take for simply like washing your hands of the process and, you know, your
Yes.
strategy of like, so that's, you're willing to take
But
that?
I think my point though is that I'd be held accountable for that, because in order for me to be responsible for that, to I have to be the one who's in control. And if I had that level of control, America would look very different in the first place. Like, we are taking for granted what we consider objective realities that we simply must accept, and subjective ones. And when we confuse those things, it becomes a race to the bottom. At what point do we say, at what point are we just going to accept, like, Trump gets in power and someone worse than Trump comes along? You know, first Trump was the big threat. Now this other person makes Trump look good. So at what point does one draw a line in the sand? But again, the harm reduction argument simply doesn't, it couldn't be sustained from a moral perspective. Um, Again, maybe there was more drone strikes under Trump, but Biden, there are many indications that Biden Biden is bringing all these hawks into his administration who are responsible for the cataclysmic destruction of Iraq, suffering inflicted upon them. So when we're dealing with a scale of millions and millions of people, I don't think you can hold someone like me accountable as a moral agent. These are realities that are outside of our
Well,
hands.
no, but I can call you defeatist in a sense if you don't want to try to contribute to the possibility of this system surviving. Because, I mean, after the system falls apart, especially globally with how globalist economy works with China and Russia and everything that we're seeing, all these geopolitical interests are going to collide, especially if something like America would collapse, and our, you know, structure
Yeah.
fell.
But
Whatever comes after that is complete bloodshed. There's no chance anything would come out better than it is right now with, you know, unconscionable amounts of bloodshed and turmoil. So, I mean, are you just saying you're sort of defeatist about it, or?
well, if I'm defeatist, that assumes I have had a power uh, that I deny one has. If this stuff is inevitable, then it's inevitable that you're saying. I think it's a cope to just do your best as an individual, and then say, well, I tried my best, and if the worst happens, at least I feel good about myself. To me, what one can do as an individual who is outside of the elite and outside of the establishment is use what energy and power you have to build alternative forms of, to strengthen the bulwark of anti-establishment political power and movements, because that you can make a huge difference by doing that as an individual.
But I'm
can make
doing more to do
improvement.
that than you are, as
But
I'm organizing labor movements, as I'm organizing local league. Like I'm getting people who are anti-establishment just because they're not willing to wash their
yeah,
hands off the process
but
completely.
you
I'm
can,
reaching more because your
but you
ideas are
can.
very against what the American public would even be somewhat receptible to. Like just with pure scale, it's a failing mission.
I think you can do more building an anti-establishment alternative as an individual than you can working, as you're saying, with inside of the Democratic Party as of now. Um, and the simple reasoning I have for that is that as an individual, let's say voting for Biden, you're only acting as a citizen, one citizen among many millions. When you put your foot in the ground and establish a true alternative, um, you're no longer one citizen among many. You're somebody who is participating in the creation of an entirely new current and trend, um, which amplifies the extent to which your actions actually do make a difference, because your actions no longer have to passively accept the arbitrary, subjective position of the establishment and the elites as set in stone and objective. You have more freedom to platform real change, for the simple reason that you don't have to preserve this monstrously inert establishment. Now, I'm sorry, I forgot what I was going to say secondly. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not going to get anywhere on this discussion because obviously you see it as the system is done. I'm not taking, and you already said you don't take any moral responsibility or you don't feel it's necessary to help people as much as possible right now. You would rather you would rather
Well,
prepare
actually,
for the end, right?
well, I think you will be helping more people by doing what I'm saying, than by simply trying to feel good about oneself, because one is incorrectly overestimating the extent to which this establishment is set in stone and ultimately necessary. So if one places themselves with as a moral agent with such high stakes, you also yourself would have to take responsibility for the if it is inevitable, the inevitable apocalypse that will follow when the liberal order does dissolve. And by the way, you also have to think in terms of time frames. If one can speak in terms of a scale of millions of people, one can also speak in terms of a time frame of decades. Now, from the time frame of decades, being outside of the establishment may, in the short term, correspond to not helping as many people. But in the long term, I argue it will be helping more people. Now, the reason we are optimistic at INFARED isn't because we're denying that all this war and stuff you were alluding to is not going to happen. I think immense suffering is inevitable, but we want to establish some type of courage and hope and perseverance in the face of this. But so I guess you can say from your perspective that I'm a defeatist, but from our perspective, we believe in a newfound perseverance, bravery, and struggle in the face of this apocalypse
I
to
do know
persevere.
somebody like you. I am in an organizing group, and somebody, they are very with the same mindset, which I obviously disagree with. And I think Bernie Sanders kind of proved even, going through the Democratic platform, being on that stage, like he exposed more people to these anti-capitalist, liberal sentiments than I think anybody, really through that platform. If Bernie Sanders doesn't work within the Democratic Party, one, he can't influence policy in a positive way, and two, he can't prepare more people to see this collapse of the system. Because what he's doing is not only is he, I think Bernie Sanders, I don't know, I think you would agree with this. I think Bernie Sanders' candidacy is sort of like his warning to the ruling class that things are getting to a point that they need to act now or something bad's going to happen. But at the same time, he is alerting people like this is happening. People are getting their eyes open. So he is affecting positive change within the system, while at the same time accomplishing the goal of getting people ready for when it does inevitably collapse. And and my goal is to work so it doesn't collapse. And I would rather, as good as incremental change could be, I'd rather the best form of that.
Oh, is that all or?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, regarding Bernie, I actually disagree on this account. I think many of the people who became socialists as a result of Bernie, I think Bernie basically dropped the ball after 2015, 2016. I think the democratic socialists who were influenced by him afterwards kind of became an insular group and didn't actually succeed in reaching out to the decisive populations for whom it would have mattered. I think they just reinforced their distinction as some kind of elite, some kind of special marginal group of society against the majority, for whom words like socialism and democratic socialism, I think, to this very day, are extremely alien and frightening, and so on and so on. So I don't think Bernie succeeded in giving a platform to a real perseverance in the face of this inevitable collapse of the liberal establishment. I think what I would say is that he more so established himself as a type of Lorax-like conscience for the establishment. But this Lorax, remember, is not someone they really, at the end of the day, are going to respect. They keep him in the back of their minds, but ultimately, in the final instance, he is shafted and marginalized. To me, Bernie has become that meme of him just sitting during the inauguration, and he represents just this impotence, just this kind of cute guy sitting on a chair. He can't do anything. He's completely shafted and marginalized, but at the same time, he is our conscience.
Well, yeah, I see him as doing that because he knows I can't push more or I'm gonna push too far. And I hear this sentiment repeated from Marxist professors I know, mostly economists, like we want to push more, but the system won't survive it. And that's really what I'm thinking about. And I mean, you can obviously tell I'm not one of these performative people that I'm not a debate bro. I don't scream at you, but if I wanted to, this could turn into a conversation where I'm like, you would rather let all this bloodshed happen, you would rather let all this death happen for your political fantasy. Like I could turn this conversation into that if I was one of them. But
well,
yeah,
I would retort to you and I would ask you, where were you during the Iraq War? And it's not enough that you opposed it. How did you meaningfully stop that war? And if you failed to stop that war, it's not enough to say you were against the war. We're talking about the results. If your actions were not powerful enough to stop the war, that would be akin to saying that you failed to prevent the bloodshed of hundreds of thousands of, if not millions of Iraqi people.
well, what I would say is, my view of it is political power. So, if that war happened and I was against it, I would say, I did not do enough, or my movement didn't do enough to get enough politicians elected into these positions where they can have a meaningful effect on this vote. But of course, we know are some things that will prevent politicians of a certain ideology from getting elected to these positions. But that's what I would end up saying.
Yeah,
There's not really power we have
but I
to
would
wield
say
that.
but by your logic, I would say that wouldn't be enough. You stood by and watched these millions of people die because you were not willing to take more risks, would be my perspective.
But what risk could I have taken to help stop it?
Admittedly, I'm just going off of your logic. Admittedly, I think maybe there's nothing you could have done to stop the Iraq war. But in the same way, it's more than possible that there is nothing someone like me can do to stop the calamity that does await America, in my view.
Yeah, but I still do my work. I do what I can to make sure the system. And I understand. I don't know what it'd be
What
called
is
if
that
I.
ultimately for? And what time scale is that for? Is that ultimately to make you feel good, specifically within your own lifetime? Or are you doing work that will actually succeed in persevering through this apocalypse? because I am not satisfied with doing my best and feeling good about it. I actually want results. I want to succeed in producing results.
Well, sure, like something like climate change. I don't think that can
Yeah.
be tackled. Like let's say the U.S. dissolved somehow. I don't see any other power in the world taking steps to properly address that crisis. I think it would take an effort between countries because I do think neoliberal countries, when it gets pushed to the limit, they do end up doing something to try and stop these crises. I'm not saying they're
Well,
going to fix it
I,
completely, but I'd make an argument that these structures in place right now are the best bet that society has. And just in terms of
you know,
overall
yeah.
suffering, I would say overall suffering, and I will be saying this from a privileged perspective. I don't think what the U.S. does with like foreign policy or anything, I don't think that's going to be resolved. I think no matter which superpower is in power in the world, I think the outcomes are going to be pretty similar when it comes to colonialism and everything.
Well, a few things regarding climate change. I completely disagree on this point. I think it's precisely the inert liberal establishment, and specifically, we see with coronavirus in an exact and pretty concretely evident way why liberalism is an impediment to facing something even like this. Um, China was able to deal with the coronavirus with great ease, systemically speaking, because it is precisely post liberal. Uh, Liberalism, as we know, is based on the individual as the supreme political subject. And when we are in the face of collective catastrophes like viruses and like climate change, the liberal establishment, which is entrenched deeply, deeply entrenched, is an impediment to even having a chance to mobilize the whole of society in the face of it. Regarding climate change, more specifically, though, I don't actually think climate change can be prevented. I think it is inevitable. I think it just is a question of which countries will be more equipped in being able to prepare their populations uh, to weather it somehow. And I think China has easily the best chance right now.
Well, isn't
And
and
mhm.
yeah, but my question is that I'm not here for these conversations typically, but why do these countries, if you do not assume they are completely authoritarian, why do they have political leaders who never leave office throughout their entire duration? And like if people are barricaded in their house as a result of the state's power, that doesn't seem like a better solution. Even if they did deal with the pandemic better, that wouldn't be a country I would want to live in versus the United States or anything.
Yeah. Well, I think many people would disagree with you. I think many people would say that China's actions have allowed life to resume to normal, even now, when here in America we still are facing this pandemic now almost a year more than a year later. So, regarding this issue of leaving office, though, there is a meme that Xi Jinping is going to be president for life. But the only thing that's happened is that um, some article was removed in the constitution that necessitates term limits. But China's leaders have come and gone throughout the past 2 decades, so we'll see. But even if Xi lasts for more than a decade, a lot of people look to the example of Putin. But what about Merkel? Because Merkel has been in power, to my knowledge, almost for just as long, and no one seems to raise an issue over that. But regardless, I think that's kind of a side conversation, unless you want to
Nah.
explore that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I like domestic stuff.
sure. Yeah. Well, again, that's pretty much why I think the harm reduction argument is not sustainable. Because we would have to pick and choose the extent of our accountability. And if you can be responsible, if you can be okay being and I don't think you are, by the way, I wouldn't say you are responsible, but by this logic of harm reduction, if one can be okay with 1 million people dying, then what is so bad about being okay or sleeping well at night while you know that 30 million people won't have health insurance? Like, where do you draw the line?
Because I want less people to die, and if the entire society dissolves, then more people die.
But I think this, from a moral perspective, is unsustainable because, again, it's an issue of time scale. It may seem like what you're doing now is leading to less people dying, but because you did not necessarily use your time, your finite time, and I don't want to attack you specifically, this is all hypothetical, but because you didn't use your time and energy to build something new, you are doing something now which is ultimately leading to more suffering and death. When we introduce the variable of time, time scale, then were you to have used your energy and effort uh, to build, it's almost like a logic of a capitalism, right? An entrepreneur. You can invest your money in a small business and take that risk, and then you won't get returns immediately, but in the long term, you'll be good. Or you can spend your money on something with minimal risk, but which in the long term won't get you anywhere. And I think this applies in the same way when it comes to politics.
All of history is harm reductionist, though. Like, that is how life functions. It's trying to have the best outcomes. There won't be a perfect utopia out of any of this. And even if the US, let's say the US dissolved today and became like a complete communist utopia, let's say it was perfection, another country would easily come in. Because this society here wouldn't be playing by the global rules, another country would easily come in and take this over. And the military is not becoming communist. The police state isn't becoming communist. If our society does fall, it's over for 90. I mean, for a lot of people, a lot more people than harm reduction will ever produce. And the power structures all go far right. There's no way if everybody who is a socialist, Democrat, communist, all these people would be gone if our society actually dissolved. That alone, to me, is enough to fight to keep this system somewhat stable and and I'm mostly like closer to like a social democrat, to a system like that. Just
Yeah,
that
well,
alone.
okay. A few things. I really disagree that history is harm reductionist. I don't think this is what the logic that propels specifically the history of political struggle. Now, I think in principle, a state which exists for the sole purpose of benefiting, uplifting, and improving the livelihoods of its people is to me superior. And I think China is one such state. In contrast to, for example, liberal states like United States. But as far as we're speaking about the war for political power is concerned, um, it has nothing to do with charity. It has nothing to do with harm reduction whatsoever. Now, the second thing you were talking about, which is that the police and the military won't become. I agree, they won't become socialist or communist, but I don't have a magic ball to look inside to be able to say what will happen in the face of the collapse of America. Honest to God, I'm very limited in my ability to know, will it be a balkanization of different territories splitting up? Regardless, though, I simply do not believe in the perseverance of the American state as strongly as you do. I don't. I kind of believe it's a paper tiger. I think these institutions can lose their power, and if they don't lose their power, at this point we're talking about science fiction, right? When we're imagining a revolutionary situation in which the broad masses of the people on the one hand, people's militias on the one hand, and a new police state on the other. I think this is kind of the realm of science fiction at this point. But insofar as you are speaking about a new type of reinforced police state, I can counterpose that with a new type of new people's army or something. But we are entering the realm of science fiction when we talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly trying to find a way to. Yeah, you could go.
The way I would put it is that we want to be optimistic about the ability for progressives to face, to confront, and to persevere in the face of the worst possible scenario. I really dislike the argument that we have to do everything we can to just prevent the worst outcome. I think we should always accept that the worst outcome has passed and that the aim must be to draw a line in the sand, establish some type of independent ground that will allow you to persevere, to at least have the chance of persevering in the face of the worst.
Yeah, well, I think this I'm just trying to. This conversation for me is trying to get an understanding of what your guys' ideology is. I still obviously think, from my perspective, that we should be doing whatever we can to make sure the system doesn't fall apart. I think actively plotting for it to fail is really sort of a defeatist. And even if something did happen to make something fall apart in our society, I believe I'm doing more work to help the goal, you know, that transition works better just by spreading the ideas of and the principles of you know, a community working together, making sacrifices in a way that benefits their fellow man, and you know, seeing past the propaganda that we are told from the top of how this capitalistic system needs to act. The way I'm spreading it, just by virtue of how it'll be accepted by more people, it will be much more effective than what y'all are doing. And I feel like it's sort of like, you know, you have your gorilla gang down there, and I would love to see those emojis down there. It's very, very comical, very funny. I love it.
By the way, if they're in your chat, I didn't tell any.
Oh no, they are. They're being nice. They're being nice.
Okay.
Yeah, they're being nice.
Yeah.
I want to see it in your chat though.
Yeah. Well, regarding, I don't think we're necessarily plotting for it. It's just that we're trying to give meaning to it. We're both accepting its reality and also trying to discern what it means. How can we, instead of entering into a psychosis and just going crazy, how can we establish some type of meaning in the face of this collapse?
So is it more of a religion than is it like a social cult?
Well, you know, it's interesting because people critique us for, on the one hand, not cracking down hard enough on the diversity of ideologies in our Discord. And then on the other hand, people think we're a cult. But I don't have the level of control a cult leader does over their community. I just don't have that control. They are here. Some people like some of the things I say. Many people disagree with some things I say. Some like what I say, but I'm just trying to give you what I think. I am trying to discover how to make meaningful this collapse and how to persevere in the face of it. Regarding whether more people will be accepting of, I guess, the tried and tested over where we're coming from, which appears to be out of nowhere, so I think this is only superficially true. But I think what we're doing is a big risk, but it's doing something that's informed by the history of America, by the history of its traditions, and by some type of concrete analysis of the current American political situation. So we are taking a bigger risk, I guess, than just identifying with the established political currents. And by the way, I'm not proposing that I'm going to create anything from scratch. I don't think of myself that highly, or I'm not that delusional. There's a reason why we're Marxist-Leninists and we're communists and all this kind of stuff. We're very sympathetic to people like Jimmy Dore. And the barrier to entry to someone agreeing with Jimmy Dore and watching him and listening to him is much, much lower than someone accepting my personal utopia or anything like that. So we're very attuned to concrete and material realities. But all I would argue is that those realities are themselves full of contradictions. It's not just accepting the establishment. There are contradictions against the establishment, which do not require ideological delusions.
Do you share the same kinship when you see someone like Steve Bannon talking or something like that? Do you find yourself agreeing with what they say about our society being fragmented?
it depends on what he's saying. If Steve Bannon is making a very common observation that the liberal order is collapsing, and yeah, he's right. I would say he's right. But do I agree with Bannon when he says Western civilization, we must defend Western civilization against China and all this kind of stuff? Of course not. But it just depends on, is his claim normative or is it descriptive? And when it's descriptive, Steve Bannon is often right
All right.
when he's descriptive.
I just wanted your take on one more thing. Did you see the Glenn Greenwald take when he said Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, and them are all socialists?
I believe so, yes.
I just wanted your take on that real quick before we end this. If you would agree with
Other-
that, like, I don't know.
Otherwise, I would be very calculating about what I'm going to say, but my views on socialism are so unfamiliar to many people. I would just say this: Marx in the Communist Manifesto wrote about over 7 or nearly half a dozen types of socialism, some of which he called reactionary socialism, conservative socialism, Christian socialism. So to me, socialism, to my extent of my knowledge, Greenwald is making the observation that socialism is an objective phenomena in reality. There's no true socialist or false socialist. And I even made the observation that Trump's aesthetic is his aesthetic superficially, it's very socialistic. Maybe he's more a reactionary socialist, but it does prove that the phenomena of socialism is something inevitable and objective.
Well, all right. I hope you have a good rest of your night. This was a nice and calm conversation. It was more similar to I saw your one with Xanderhal. That was I think that is that your only calm conversation with somebody?
No. There was one with Kevin Logan that was very calm.
Kevin Logan, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your chat and everything. And yeah, I'm trying to run
no
now.
problem.
I have to go to bed.
No, it's understandable. All right, see you later, man.
All right, see you, man. God, I'm so tired. All right. I swear to God, I forgot about this, and how do I leave this? Yeah, so I came back from school for the weekend, and then I got a message from INFARED, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't have any of my stuff here. So I had to set up my own mini studio here. I had notes to go off of and stuff, of like talking points, so that's why the conversation was a little bit jaggedy, but yeah.
If you guys think I'm a little bit low energy, it's because I'm on 2 hours of sleep, okay? So give me a break, you know? I'm on 2 hours of sleep, you know, but
So sad, I got him tired. I got him when he was tired. It's so sad. Well, I'm tired too. Ugh, I'm gonna absolutely demolish, yeah. I think on stream I'm gonna go through that in like double speed and look at the way I spoke and everything. Like I said, I didn't get to prepare for this whatsoever, and I wanted to. Of course, I came off as the more real. Like that's the thing, though. I'm not gonna have like you guys know this about me. I'm trying to understand this ideology. I'm not Vaush. I'm not SocDoneLeft. I don't get into all this socialist conversation, all of this Marxist conversation, all this philosophical conversation. I don't do it. I talk about policy. I talk about politics. I don't talk about this, you know, these concepts. So this is just an interesting thing for me to learn, you know. Radalib. It would be funny. Yeah, so on like Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll go through that again. See how it is. But it wasn't a meme debate. I couldn't make it a meme debate. I'm just not like that. I'm not built that way. I'm not built for the meme discussions. By the way, thank you people for watching and stuff. Thanks for liking the stream and subscribing and all that stuff. And everybody donating as well, of course. Thank you. How was school? All right. Hey, I have to message. Wait, is Destiny on right now? Destiny said he talked to me. Uh-oh, he is. Whew. Yeah. Oh, he's on it. Is he on the panel still? In a couple days, I'm gonna message him. Hopefully. Oh, where's Zombie at? I'll unblock him. Zombie got me mad. Yeah, he got me mad. I'm not gonna lie. I can't deal with that trolling. I think that's somebody else with a different name, by the way. Where is it? I banned Tova too. I can't read chat when I'm having when I'm talking in these conversations. No, not now. Destiny's on a debate panel in a couple days. Hey, what's up? What's bothering me again? Hey, do you want to talk? WBMT? You saw me in Destiny's YouTube chat. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, sometimes I say hi in Destiny's video chat or YouTube chat to see how many people say hi to me. See how many people recognize me. Wait, Cockeyed Rooster, you donated to Destiny? Tell him to talk to you on stream? Wait, did you actually do that? When? The Race Academy stuff? Yeah, I actually read through that. Cloud. We'll go through it then. You said hi with your alt account. True. Cockeyed Rooster, did you actually... What did he actually read it, though? Well, thank you, guys. A few hours ago? But did he like read it and respond? Or did he hear it and respond? That is the question. He said, okay, great. He read it and said, okay. He just said, okay. I have to find it. Here, let me look in his stream. You know what time it was at? Like how many hours ago it was?
Yes, they do.
I can look through this. Wait. Cult of Dusty? Yeah, I heard about them too. The issue is, I get tired. I need to recharge. And I told you I have jaw issues. So I need to like massage my jaw and take days off. Good okay or bad okay? I'm trying to find it now. How do I even look for that stuff? Can I look for... No, Destiny is a very... What's the call? What's it called again? He's on a debate panel right now for people who want to watch it. Go over there. I'm trying to find Cockeyed Rooster's donation. You don't even know when the donation was, though, so I don't know why I'd look. I don't know why I would. Somebody else donated once. Hey, we have DMs. I DM'd him. Wait, where is it? Before he was on the panel? How far before, though? Like 2 minutes, 2 hours. Oh, wait, 1 second. Why isn't Discord opening? I'm getting mad. DM vlog stream? Oh, yeah. Cyber Demon. Oh, haha. Alright, my Discord app isn't opening. It simply isn't opening. Not long before. I'll check it out. Hope everyone's having a good one. If anybody wanted to call in or anything, you can. Actually, you can't because my Discord won't work. One second. Let me try to fix it. Alright, does anybody want to talk about something? Anybody? Anybody? He was talking about the Middle East. Should I script out my entire conversation? Literally the entire conversation? I don't heard for the war. That's gonna happen. Anyway. Zombie messaged me for unban. I'll do it then. That's funny. I'll unban you then. Yeah, the surfs are cool. They put me in a video once, like in the middle of one. Why does nobody want to talk? Nobody calls in anymore. I used to get like 10 calls in a day. 10 people called in. Now nobody calls in. Big change. Big change. That's you, Spectre. Out of curiosity, I don't hurt for Biden. I am choosing the guy that has better policies. Nothing more. Where's Tom Foolery at? Is he on a panel right now or something? I haven't actually chatted with Tom Foolery 1v1 or 1-on-1 or mano y mano. You would, but no mic. Oh, this is good. Have a good night, West Bodger. I didn't know you were just hanging out here. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. He was here earlier. Everybody check out What's Bothering Me Today channel. Honestly, one of the most consistent creators I know. Daily videos, always about something that he's bothered by. Yes, Nathan Drake. It was boring. It was really boring. Don't even try it. Oh yeah, I got you a sub. What's bothering me today? Hello.
Oh, what's up? Can you hear me? Did I set it up right?
Yeah, you know, I blocked you for fun. I don't even. It was just for fun. It was something. You know, I needed to do it. I needed to.
No, I totally understand. I got triggered by something you said. I don't even remember what, and I knew what I wrote kind of like as a knee-jerk reaction was probably going to get me banned.
I mean, I just saw it. Like when you're talking and reading chat, it's difficult. But then I saw that. I'm like, you know what? Final straw. He's gone.
Yeah, I think what was it? I think I called you radical centrist or no, you were I said you said anything all leftists do is like hurt Americans or something along those lines.
Oh, I don't know.
No. But I mean, main thing I wanted to call in and jump about just to kind of get the conversation going. I'm not really, trying to flame or anything, but I kind of want to go back to that West Virginia poll you were talking about.
By the
if
way,
that's
chat,
all.
this is Mr. Zombie Killer, the
Oh,
person I
yeah.
banned.
Yeah. I'm the asshole in chat you probably all hate.
Yeah. Yep. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, you were referring before to how Manchin was somewhat representing his constituents by not voting for the $15 minimum wage, and your kind of reasoning behind that was that the polling showed that they supported an $11 minimum wage over a $15 minimum wage. And I could be wrong, but I kind of got the sense that you were just like getting the idea that they rather have no minimum wage increase than a higher one.
Who knows? I don't know. The polling data for the $15 minimum wage in West Virginia is like 50-50. So, I mean, it might be they'd rather no minimum wage than a $15 minimum wage. Who knows? I don't know. Manchin, the point is, even if let's say 60% of them wanted a, let's say like I don't know, maybe 65 or 70% wanted the increase to $15 an hour. It really does matter how many voters have that as their number one priority compared to other things. You know, whatever reason they vote for Manchin. And a lot of his constituents are going to be Republican just based off of who's in that state. It's going to be Republicans voting in West Virginia. So there's so many things to look at there. The political pressure for him to vote for the 15 doesn't seem to be real. The $11 does seem to be sort of real. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, but West Virginia is so right leaning, like insanely so. And the fact that he is a Democrat there sucks because he isn't better, but it's good because the Dems have the majority, so they can do a better COVID bill. Like, for example, if the Republicans had a majority, the COVID bill would be even like, it'd be worse than it is right now. So having him be a Democrat still is good, but it's I don't know. It's just how
Well,
it is.
I get behind that for sure. I mean, the bill they did, that stimulus bill they did, what was it, the CARES Act? Now, that was what? No, it wasn't larger checks. It was still shorter checks. And yeah, no, you're totally right about the Republican bills being less efficient. But couldn't you also interpret that polling that they kind of thought the $15 minimum wage was less possible in the legislature, so they polled better for an $11 minimum wage? I mean, I agree essentially that the West Virginians are a more right-leaning state, but I mean, I've done some community work there when I was in high school, and then I went back after that. And I mean, anecdotally, obviously, it's not the best information, but I mean, most people down there were well aware that the only reason they couldn't get the real reforms for wage increases, healthcare, trying to get better jobs than just coal jobs down there was more because of the coal lobby than it was because of the voters going against their own interests. And then like that whole that wall of having the capital to even get into a campaign in West Virginia and like many other things.
The big thing is like, I'm not saying it can't be done, but like who Biden is, this would be a difficult thing to do. Like, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it would be a difficult thing to do. And who Biden is, I wouldn't expect him to do it, let alone, like, if Bernie Sanders was president, it would be a couple months long battle to really change perception in that one state. And, like, Delaware is a state I think lines up a lot better to do something like that if you wanted to get those two senators to change their vote. But West Virginia, there's so much going against Manchin voting for it. It sucks. But for anybody, this would be a tough thing to do. Now, what I was saying, I wasn't saying like give up completely with electoral, like federal politics or whatever. But
Yeah,
I
I
was
think
saying
that's the
like
big problem
once
that I
this
get with you.
fails, no, but once this fails, once the Fed isn't going to do the $15 an hour, then the only option to get that done is in your state. Like, what state reps can we elect to do it? Like, that's all. That's literally all I was saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that's see a lot of people like me definitely misinterpret that thinking for like kind of like how you interpreted. Who were you just debating? I didn't even get his name. I never even heard of the guy.
It's a not authoritarian, revolutionary communist by the name of INFARED. He's been popping up. He has some good meme debates with like Vaush and Destiny that are really funny.
Oh, is he like that Caleb guy who's like a super tanky?
No, this guy is like Caleb's really aggressive son that's a lot more powerful.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, he was kind of how you were identifying his defeatist attitude in a sense. Like that's kind of like how I identified what you were saying before, and like it was clearly more of a misinterpretation than it was like because at the end of the day, it's like a lot of people when they hear people saying you're not going to be able to pass it with Mansion Cinema and the Coons and Co. So don't try to force progressives to force the fight. Instead, well, and that's kind of like all we hear. It's like and that alone, like, I mean, it makes sense to go for direct ballot initiatives, but I mean, I guess my side would kind of argue why can't we do both? The whole idea that like fighting actively for bills that are supported by the majority of the country, like minimum wage to $15 and less so Medicare for all, I don't think that even a failed vote would hurt that.
Well, I just don't get any benefit from constantly shitting on Biden right now, especially when I know for him to change those 8 votes, it would take such enormous political, it would take so much effort and time.
Well, do you think Biden actually like try to get Manchin to even like consider voting for it?
I don't know, maybe not. I mean, we can be critical of him for that, but I'm not sure how we act pragmatically off of it other than make minimum wage more popular, criticize Biden for it, we could say to Democrats like I don't think he fought hard enough. And also, honestly, Bernie forcing the vote on this was good because it is a lot more popular than other policies. I think it's like 75, isn't it 75% of the country wants it?
Last time I saw it was 67, but you're close enough.
Yeah, they want 75% wants some increase and then like 60% wants 15 an hour. But yeah, once you have that in place and you have the video of that one senator walking up what's her name? Cinema walking up and doing that like that sassy like no where she does the little like kneel like the I don't even know what to call it but doing that can really hurt her politically. So now the next goal, my goal personally, is make sure Democrats maintain the House in 2022. Make sure they have the House. They need that. Make sure more progressives get elected, and then in the next election, that's when you have to force through these Democratic senators because there's nothing else we can do other than like the normal tactics. Like what Cenk was saying, my big issue with it is like House Democrats aren't really able to do much. Like House progressives and Senate.
Well, theoretically, they could hold up that vote. I mean, I kind of don't agree with that strategy either, but I guess Kyle says you got to be willing to shoot the hostage, so to speak.
Sure, but right now, Biden's first initiative, the Democratic Party's biggest prized thing. So this would start like a couple month battle over this. And you can say like, let's make Manchin the enemy or whatever. But progressives losing that political influence, I don't think it would even be worth it. And Manchin, like, again, if he wasn't a Democrat, that is the Senate. I don't know. He really does have such a unique position and so much power. I hate
think
it.
The only reason so many people harp on Biden specifically is because he ran on, and the Democratic Party ran on him being more able to sway Democrats, centrist Democrats,
oh yeah, true, yeah,
Democrats, and the GOP. And I mean, I think just this is more of like a big letdown.
Yeah, sure, yeah. But that's the thing though. So many voters. Like, the voters who already don't care about this enough probably aren't going to be affected. So that's the really difficult part about this. We need to get people who don't care about it because it doesn't affect them to care about it. Like Medicare for All. I was saying the biggest argument to get people on our side for Medicare for All right now, the biggest fight, isn't people who don't have health care. The biggest fight is convincing people in the suburbs who do have health care that Medicare for All is going to be better for them. So yeah, it's so hard to push something like this. Again, even if 75% of the country thinks 725 is too low. If you are not making under $15 an hour, you might not give a shit about this thing actually being done. Or if you don't know somebody who is making that little, or like, one big thing that could be used for like propaganda, and I mean positive propaganda, not in a negative way, can be frontline workers. Like, oh, we spent a whole year talking about frontline workers, but we won't raise their minimum wage. We can use that in the next election. But as of right now, I don't know what else can be done. Like Biden, crap, sucks. Our rhetoric is just like we need to elect better Democrats at this point, in my opinion. But
well, I mean, I think personally Biden could do much more to like get actual reform done in forms of executive orders and putting legislation through and trying to actually whip those votes. I think the biggest problem a lot of people have is like kind of accepting the banality of what Biden is doing. He accepted that parliamentarian ruling without any fight. And if the Republicans wanted something, they would never even think about letting the parliamentarian get the last word.
Yeah, that's the difference between liberals and people who are not liberal. Is liberals want civility and they want to go by the rules or whatever. They never want to break any, and they have no motive to anyway, because they don't want to do the policy either.
Break rules from time to time. I think this is just a rule that conveniently worked for them, so they found no reason.
But
to
they
break
aren't ruthless in power. Like they were very hesitant at the beginning to say no to McConnell.
Yeah,
we were surprised when Schumer stood up to McConnell because McConnell just bullied them around. But yeah, thanks for calling in. I think somebody wants to chat. You could call in again a different day, by the way, when I'm back at my actual microphone and stuff. If you want to have like
for sure. Yeah, no, I just wanted to jump in
about this stuff.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. I just wanted to jump in
HR1,
the convo.
McLeod just said. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, because no one else. I don't know what happened. Like before, like 20 people would call in, and my viewership is probably like the same. It's weird. Okay. Anyway. All right, have a good one. I'll unban you then when I'm off stream.
All right, thanks.
All right. Water. I like being hydrated. You know those Sprite commercials when they go like into the microphone to make you want to drink it? How's everybody's Saturday going, by the way? How are y'all doing? How do I say your name? Otaku? Dante? I'm chatting with Tom Quick. He said he's live, yeah. Tank, Nathan Drake. You voted for Cinema? You'll canvass for her primary challenger? Yeah. You pulled blackberries today. Very organic. The Tom Fuller. Oh, there he is. Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. I thought that was awesome. I just scrolling by and see you're debating INFARED. I screwed up, though. I'm streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, and I pulled it up on my screen for a second, and then remembered he's banned from Twitch, and I had to take it down and delete my VOD and start over on Twitch. So,
do you know how he got banned?
I don't. I know that one of my friends, though, like, was there screaming and yelling at him, like going off on him, and everybody said it was awesome, but I can't find like a VOD or anything. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he wasn't giving any energy to me, so I sort of just went for like a generic conversation, which was a little bit frustrating. And obviously, like, people who are already not going to agree with that are going to side with me, obviously. And I'm not into like, SocDoneLeft and Vaush and all them. I'm not very ingrained in the debates between like Marxism, Leninism, and between like what aspects of socialism to keep alive, and how does that translate to wanting like a revolution for your ultimate decay of society turning into communism and all that stuff. So I tried to connect it a little bit. I wanted to see if he actually cared. For example, like I talked about Biden over Trump, 30 million more people having healthcare. He didn't care at all to like fix that, because he said essentially capitalism and this current order, this is gonna fall apart no matter what. So we may as well do nothing to help anybody until it does. So
Wow. Really?
yeah, that's essentially what the position is. It's pretty wild, right?
Oh my goodness. So what I know that the other day you were talking about like asking him about trans people, asking him like trying to get into like his personal beliefs to see like if he was, I guess, a I'm blanking on the name. Who's the guy you make fun of all the time?
Jimmy Dore?
Yes, Jimmy Dore. If he's like a Jimmy Dore kind of guy, yeah.
Yeah, he agrees with Jimmy Dore. I didn't get into trans people or anything like that, but he definitely just likes anybody who doesn't hate, who does hate liberals. Anybody who doesn't like liberals, he likes. And did you see the clip with Glenn Greenwald calling like Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump socialists?
No.
Well, Glenn Greenwald is another one. His ideology is only hating liberals. He called Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson socialists, which he basically means populists. But for some reason he calls them socialists. He shows a lot of affinity, and so does Dore, so does INFARED. They like anybody who hates liberals. That's why Jimmy Dore, did you see the drama when he talked with he spoke with the Boogaloo Boy?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why he likes the Boogaloo Boys. Anybody who hates liberals, they will like. Anybody who is for like accelerationism, they will like. Because this current system isn't good enough for them. They're not happy with incremental change of any sort. They want to burn it all down. If they're not going to get their utopia right now, they want to burn it all down. So
Yeah, actually I remember watching you go over the Jimmy Dore conversation. I just gone over it like the day before on my show, and I was very glad to hear you say that you believe in horseshoe theory, because I feel like I'm the only person in the whole freaking world who believes in horseshoe theory. And then I heard you mention it. That I was happy to hear that there's I'm not alone in this.
well, I think it's basically if you get super, super far left and super far right, you become so ingrained in ideology and this dogma that it turns into, authoritarianism. And aspects of authoritarianism are going to be very similar. So whether it's a far right form of authoritarianism like Hitler or far left like Stalin, they're going to show a lot of the same characteristics on how they treat their population, on how they genocide people, on how their relations are with other countries. Like this all is going to end up coming together, and it really is formulated around the idea at the micro level, like you just said. We all hate liberals, so left and right we're gonna work together because we all hate the current system. But the big issue that people who have been on the left, like the revolutionary populist left or whatever, their big mistake is they work with the right or they refuse to help the center at all, because they hate the current order. They let the entire thing fall apart, the entire government fall apart, and after that a right-wing or authoritarian power takes over, which doesn't accomplish any of our goals. And you see somebody like Vaush, who is a libertarian socialist. He acts in politics very often like a regular liberal, although his like end goal is socialism. He pretty much participates as a liberal in the way he votes, the way he encourages people to vote. It's really interesting seeing the difference between people who are like, I want to tear down the system, and seeing people who are like, I want to build onto the current system and make sure it's better.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have Vaush on. Well, yeah, I am having Vaush on this Wednesday. Hopefully Hassan as well.
Finally,
I'm sorry, dude.
interacting.
I know I told you I was gonna get you on when Destiny came on, and I wasn't able to do it with my.
Oh no, yeah, no, that's fine. I understand how that stuff works.
But you were on with him last night. I saw.
Oh yeah, on Prime.
I was invited to come on, and I was like, guys, I literally just laid down. Like that was a great conversation though. I'm probably gonna review that VOD later on tonight as well. But yeah, with horseshoe theory, the problem that I have with everybody who says that they don't believe in horseshoe theories, they always say horseshoe theory is debunked because each side believes in similar things, but they believe them for different reasons. I'm like, well, but that's not horseshoe theory. They don't care what the reasons are. They care about the fact that they believe in similar things, like authoritarianism or like identity politics, or like, you know, just they have so many similarities in the things that they believe, regardless of what the reason is. They are so similar. It's funny. So in the infrared debate, like, do you feel like you got a lot, I mean, outside of content and, you know, hopefully some more views, like, do you feel like you got some good information out of that?
Yeah, I think I got more reaffirmation of what he truly does believe. It really is, you know, the world sucks. Nothing can save us. It's gonna fall apart anyway, so let's watch it fall apart, maybe help it fall apart, and try to pick up the pieces at the end. It's a very, I don't know, it's a very idealistic way to look at things. It doesn't seem to pan out well in any scenario. Content-wise, I think it actually kind of sucked, and just because it was so low energy. Trying to reason with him. I guess it can be kind of funny if you know me already. Seeing me try to talk to somebody like that, who is going on these really long and these drawn out and really slow tirades. Like it was, I don't know, I should have interrupted a couple times, but I was really trying to get to like, what are you trying to say to me? And in the end, we really did corner it. How he said essentially, like, this is basically like a cult. This is like a religion for us. This is what we believe in. This isn't a policy position. This isn't pragmatic. This isn't principle. This is something we believe in. This is something that we think is going to happen, like the New World Order. We are preparing for the end times, essentially. So,
Yeah, well, he debates like he's preparing for the end times, dude.
good for him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good for him getting some traction off of Vaush and Destiny and everybody. So,
yeah. Oh, SocDoneLeft too. I think we might have.
oh
him
yeah,
on
yeah,
this
SocDoneLeft
week
too.
as well.
Yeah, he's really cool. I talked to him before.
Yeah, I just recently found him. I guess like I'm very new to like all of the online stuff, so like I'm learning, but I
Yeah.
like almost every day people are like, oh, you know, you need to get this guy on your panel. I'm like, I've never heard of this person.
Yeah. Well, these panel shows, like I never did them at all, but like they're fun. I just need to get like, you know, more aggressive and be more used to it. Because I obviously going on yours was the first time I was on one of those. I felt a little bit more comfortable on Prime, but that was, oh my God, that was like 12 people, I think. Yeah, like more than 12 people. Then Destiny hopped in.
They
and I was able
had
to get some good points in.
yeah, they had I want to say 16 people.
16, yeah,
on
that's
Prime.
insane.
Yeah.
And Prime, it's really funny whenever Destiny comes in, Prime gets ready. Like he starts really hopping in. He really wants to go at it with him. I think they're gonna have a one-on-one debate, which should be kind of fun.
Yeah, me and Prime have gotten into it numerous times. Like I have problems debating Prime because he gets really emotional really fast, and I just don't like, I don't mind like the yelling part or like ad homs or anything, but he's like, he looks really mad, like, and he'll say stuff like, you know, like, don't you even, like, you know, and he'll start clapping while he's talking, and like, I don't like, I if you're actually like pissed off, like, I don't feel like doing this anymore. Like, this is not fun anymore for me. I'm like, I'm not as laid back as you. But I do like, you know, enjoy yelling at people a lot, but I just don't like, I don't get mad in these things. And he gets really mad when he debates. I can't do it.
Yeah, one difficult thing too, of course, and all of you are having issues with this all the time, how, you know, finding right-wingers to talk to. It's so difficult. And I made a couple of bait videos about that one rapper, Tom McDonald, to try and get people on here because he has a lot of really conservative fans. So I could try and find some people to debate. And I can't even find anybody who's willing to actually talk. And these media spaces are so filled with people on the left. And it's fun arguing with people like Jimmy Dore fans. But that gets old after a while. Like I think one of the most popular debates on my channel was a forced to vote debate with a Kyle Kalinske clone. And that was really fun. But it's hard to
Wow.
find people for one-on-one stuff for me at least. I know once you start getting like a big audience, like if I ever get to like 10K subs, I think that's when you start getting like, okay, people actually want to talk to you. Because they
Mhm.
see like, oh wow, there's a lot of people watching. I want to be here for the show, I guess. Um, but yeah, it's really interesting how all this stuff works. I'm just getting into this culture, by the way. Is it like culture? Like all like the panel show stuff. It
Mhm.
seems like every streamer's friends with each other. I was never on Twitch. I just recently learned what poggers means, so
Yeah. Oh, I'm the same. I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, guys, like I'm new to the online culture. Like I'm, you know, I'm trying to integrate myself, but like I'm never going to say poggers. I'm never gonna like use the Monka stuff. Like I've started to use the word meme for just about everything, you know, like everything's a meme. The joke is a meme. I had a meme for lunch today. Like I took my meme for a walk. Like I don't know. It seems
my
like they
meme for a
call
walk, yeah.
everything a meme. Like it's everything is a meme on Twitch.
Very, very, very true. How would you say your panel went last week with Destiny and all them? I saw some of it.
I would say it didn't go well.
Like
It
your
so
performance or something like
no, just like in general, you know, we normally do a lot of prep like in the group where we like kind of explain like, hey, this is more about just like having conversations. It doesn't have to be hardcore debates. Like we're just going to sit and explain our ideas and, you know, have conversations. If we disagree, we can have debates too, but it's just not blood sports, right? Well, it seems like none of them read that group uh text, and then um and they like didn't interact within the group whatsoever. So when we were asking questions like, do you guys like this topic, do you like this topic, most of them weren't saying anything except for Riley was very like interactive. I think this was her first panel as well. Um so they like didn't say anything. So then we go into the panel, we go on the first topic. Everybody goes around and like talks about like $15 minimum wage. They all agree, and then they're all like, well, we agree, so like I guess let's move on to the next one. And I'm like, well, but like we're allowed to agree. Like this isn't you're acting like we have to have a debate in order for the panel to continue. But all right, let's move on to the next one. So like I move on to the next one, and again, Destiny's like, wait, seriously, we all agree again? Like what the heck? And I'm like, well, that's kind of how I make these panels, is like I try to get a bunch of people who are very similar to each other to have nuanced conversations. And it just, I don't, I think at points he even took like the contrarian position just to have a debate, just because he was tired of everybody agreeing. So he was ready to like actually get into it with somebody. And he just took like a ridiculous position about like how he thinks like everybody should be canceled
Oh, I
all
saw
the
that part,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, like he was just ready to like have a debate. And plus, look, it wasn't, it was just bad timing. Destiny had just gotten his news about his thing being
Oh yeah,
canceled.
canvassing, yeah.
Yeah, so literally like an hour before the show, he gets the call saying that his canvassing thing is canceled. Dylan is currently homeless, and it was his birthday, and you know he's sitting with a bunch of freaking Twitch people. Like you know he didn't seem like he was in a good mood. Irrelevant in Denim stream like really really early in the morning, so in order for them to come on my show, which starts at 9:15, they had to stay up really really late. So both of them were just dead tired. Like they were they like you could tell they just didn't want to talk. They were ready for it to end. But Riley was like ready to go. Like she had her notes. She was very like interactive. You could tell like she was trying to help like get the conversations going. And yeah, she was definitely ready. So I think it's been restreamed so many times, the panel, like lots of what do you call it? React videos
Yeah.
to it, to where like I added it up last night and it's around like 1.1 million views just on like just between like all of the streamers and then all of the reactions and all of the restreams and all of that. So it still worked out in that case, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would be that. It does sound difficult. If everybody just agrees. Plus, if you're in bad moods, you're not going to be conversational. So if you don't disagree and you're not conversational, it's going to be kind of difficult. Of course, yeah. I mean, did you take anything away from it that you think you can like change for your next one?
Yeah, I think that I need to go into these like with a with more questions, so that if it does like die down and people just sit there like, okay, we all agree, what next? Like, then I can ask some more questions to kind of get more nuance from them. Because like even on the one that you came on, like we had some debates on there, but for the most part we all agreed, but we still had like really good conversations the entire time. And that's the way I organize these panels, and that's the way that I plan them, is so that we can just have conversations more so than debates. If we disagree, yes, let's argue, let's debate, let's figure it out. But like I just don't like the whole, I enjoy blood sports. I enjoy going on other panels and being a debate bro and yelling at people. Like that's fun. But I want my channel to be more about like education. I want it to be educational for the viewers. I want them to actually get something out of it. And I think if we all sit there and I suppose just to pontificate, like then it will the viewers will get more out of it if we're all just bouncing ideas off of each other. I just think that I need to be consistent with it, and eventually people will figure out what it is we're doing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, if you get Vaush on there, he loves to talk, so that
Yes.
shouldn't be a problem. He loves that rhetoric. But yeah, I hope the next one you feel goes better and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Definitely.
Let me ask you a question. So this is something that I'm kind of, I mean, I don't know if you have time. I'm something I'm struggling with within my own like career, I suppose, on Twitch and YouTube. I've grown up a conservative, and I still call myself a conservative, and I have like a lot of very progressive beliefs, I suppose. But like I'm still mostly pro-life. I still like believe in the rights of the individual first, and I still want like, small government and low taxes and like, most of that stuff. I just don't like Republicans. And I don't like I vote, I guess, mostly within like social democrat or democratic, social SocDem policies for the most part. How do you view like using labels like this? Because I feel like no matter who it is that I talk to, whatever label they use, at least online, they're just confusing each other more when they use labels like liberal or conservative or progressive or whatever it is.
Yeah, so for myself, I'm not like pro-gun, but I'm against the Democrats' approach on guns. I'm very geared towards rural politics, which means I'll be more sympathetic towards like small businesses, and I want to help people like firefighters. There's some ways I think I can bridge the gap with like police relations, and all that stuff. Which kind of sets me apart from people who are on the left who just say like ACAB, and all that stuff, and who say we need to get rid of all guns and all that. I really just get sick of saying my label to people, and they already have a whole list and a whole perception of what I am based on that label. Like if I say to somebody, I am a Democrat even in my regular life. People are going to assume so many things about me. Or like even because I supported Bernie Sanders, like, oh, I supported Bernie. Oh, you must be a social justice warrior crybaby then, or something like that. But in reality, if I have a conversation with somebody, they're gonna be the they're gonna be the ones that are gonna sound like they're crying.
Right.
Because I'm not like that whatsoever. Like my stuff is completely logical. I go for every point. I respect other people's opinions on it. But they have these preconceptions of me based on labels, which is why I bring them up as little as possible. What I'm going with right now, I say, because of where I am, I say pragmatic rural Democrat, or I'll say like working class Democrat, or like
Mhm.
pro people. I'm a real Democrat, or something like that. Just
Yeah.
something as broad as possible, and it changes with the situation. Am I talking to somebody at a local diner, or am I talking to somebody online? It'll change for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I still use the label conservative, and I get into it with people a lot where they like start saying like, but if you call yourself a conservative, how are you defining conservative then? And I'm like, well, and I'll get into it with them, but after a while, it just seems like I have to keep having that conversation so much to where maybe like we use labels to try to relay a general idea to people. And it doesn't seem as though that general idea is getting across when I use the label conservative anymore. Even though I believe that I'm using it correctly and lots of other people are using it incorrectly, especially anybody who would vote for Trump is definitely, if you're
Yeah.
calling yourself a conservative, I don't think you're using that label correctly, but whatever. It is like a no true Scotsman sort of thing. And I'll admit that. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to get away from labels and maybe stop calling myself a conservative. I don't know, maybe I'll call myself a right-wing progressive or something. I don't know.
I like that a lot though. Right-wing progressive. I like that a lot. I know so many Democrats, and I don't know if you would like Mike from PA. I personally don't like the person.
I can't
I don't like the guy.
stand Mike from PA.
Okay,
I
good.
think he's coming. Well, okay, let me take that back. Sorry. That I didn't say that. I think he's coming on this week. So just never
Okay, you
mind.
didn't say that.
I love Mike from PA.
Okay, you love Mike from PA, but he said something about
Yeah.
I'm in Pennsylvania. I don't mean to be redacted.
I'm gonna have to delete another VOD now. I'm just kidding.
No, that's crazy though. If you think about it, never mind. I don't want to give anybody any ideas. But anyway, Mike from PA, he said that in Pennsylvania there is an overwhelmingly left base that people simply don't know about. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what state are you in? Like, there's so many Democrats in Pennsylvania today. There are so many pro-life Democrats. There are so many pro-gun Democrats in Pennsylvania. That is a huge section of the Pennsylvania demographic. And these people, like, do I call them conservatives? No, they're I don't know, conservative Democrats. I don't know if that would work because do you consider yourself a part of any party at all?
I suppose like not really. I don't like to claim the name Democrats. Maybe that it's just like I've hated Democrats for so long at this point that I just don't want to call myself a Democrat, but I definitely don't want to call myself a Republican.
Yeah, okay. Right-wing progressive, I like that. That's good for me,
Yeah.
honestly. So yeah,
Yeah,
so anything else you wanted to chat about?
Not really, man. I think I'm gonna go over your VOD later and I think it's gonna be cool to listen
Judge
to
me.
Infrared. Well, I guess I can't. Never mind. I can't go over it. I'll have to get off Twitch before I go over it. That's so stupid that when you ban somebody, you can't watch their VODs.
Yeah, didn't the Saraphs get banned like a year back once Vaush got banned and they showed a Vaush clip?
Yes,
Yeah.
Destiny said that he got him unbanned for that, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe I'll have to do that off stream.
Hey, if
then.
you watch
But,
it, let me know what you think. I don't think it was good I don't think I had a good performance. I wasn't prepared. I did not think that was gonna happen tonight. I'm lucky I have an extra microphone at home. I took a trip home for the weekend from school. But yeah. Anyway.
what do you think you did poorly? Like, did you wish it was like more heated or what?
I just didn't. I don't like having conversations about things that are literally that are what would that be called? That are all in the subjective. Like we can't talk about which policy. I know Destiny said he claims to not like conversations like this. He wants policy discussions. But that's how I unironically am. I only want policy discussions. I want ideological discussions only when it matters for political movements, and stuff like that. I don't want to talk about all these broad terms, and I feel uneasy talking about those terms because I can't say like, oh, I supported Biden over Trump because of this healthcare policy. I can't say that against somebody like him because he's literally talking, and I know people in my real life that are like him. He's literally just saying the world's going to collapse and I'm preparing for the revolution. And I don't know how to respond to that in a rhetorically effective way other than to just keep on asking questions and bring up real world examples, which he owned completely, that he's okay with bloodshed if it, because it's going to happen anyway. So why not make it happen sooner and be more prepared for it or whatever? I just don't know how to manage in those scenarios really.
Well, I guess two things. One, I'm the exact opposite of you and Destiny. Like I don't like having policy-based discussions because I feel like most people don't know how to apply their values to policies. And lots of times, like when I ask them why they support a policy and then I dig deeper and deeper and deeper, like eventually it just seems like it doesn't make any sense for them to support that policy. And it's a little frustrating to me. So I'm not like a huge philosophy nerd, but I feel like having philosophical discussions about morality and ethics and values is better to get somebody I guess grounded to where they can now use a system to apply to politics in the future so that they can be more consistent in the way that they have prescriptions and vote on policies. And I just don't feel like that's the case right now. I feel like everybody's just like, hey, this sounds good enough. Let's vote for that. Like
his big argument was morally me saying like I want harm reduction in a sense where I'm like, okay, 30 million more people have healthcare under Biden than would under Trump. He said that is basically virtue signaling and all for my feelings. And morally, he's in the right because he knows the system will decay and he's preparing for the next, the next reality or whatever. So his moral stance is it's better off for him to have no hand in the current system, let people essentially suffer. And then try to pick up from the remains when the society collapses. So, I mean, I know you don't want to platform him, but yeah, that'd be a fun discussion.
Having a hand in it would to him is immoral. The part that I would push him on is that right-wingers own all the guns. Right-wingers are the fascists, and the fascists tend to take out all of the socialists and the tankies and the communists pretty quickly.
He's like, we need basically we need populism to override everything. I'm like, no, that's not going to work that way. But I didn't know how to pound him on that point because he was so submissive on the entire thing. He didn't get. I literally said to him that his ideas were dumb and would lead to mass violence on a wide scale. And, I can't argue every in and out of like China, for example, because he always brings up, because he's a tanky, he always brings up China as like the number one example of the perfect utopia. So like I can't follow him down those areas. So
he thinks China is the perfect utopia.
Yeah, he loves China, and yeah, he's very sympathetic to authoritarian left-wing regimes because he really loves it. He wishes America was more like China. He would prefer China to own the world than America, which I would say is a crazy position. But yeah, that's horseshoe theory.
Yep. Yeah, I guess I don't know. All of the like communists and socialists that I know say China's not even like a real communist country.
Would you have him on, by the way? I know you said before you don't want to platform him, but would you ever have him on like a show or something?
I would have him on for like a one-on-one conversation. I would never put him on a panel because one of the things that he does a lot is he gish gallops, right? He likes to say like 20 different things at once and then you respond to one of them. And if you start to make a good point, at least in my experiences of what I've seen of him, if you start to make a good point against him to where it feels like he's losing, he will immediately start talking over you and pivot to something else so that he can try to win on that. and it's it it doesn't it's impossible to have a conversation with somebody like that. Like even Destiny and Vaush both continuously call him out on his pivoting, but it doesn't matter because he just talks over them and runs away with the conversation. You can't stop that. And from his viewers' point of view, it sounds like he's dominating. It sounds like Vaush and Destiny just won't engage with him because they're afraid. And so when he asks them questions, they say, well, no, like you're pivoting. Let's get back to the topic at hand. To his viewers, it sounds like, oh, they just refuse to answer the question. They're scared. Like they refuse to engage. But in reality, he's just being horribly bad faith. And I could never put that on a panel with 12 other people where he can do that 20 times, over and over and over throughout the show.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It really is a cult of personality if you see his following. That's what happens when you have such a defined set of like principles. And that's one other thing about horseshoe theory too. Far left and far right both find those cult of personalities because of their, their religion that they end up forming. But that'd be I definitely would love to see that if you had a conversation with him. He would definitely do it.
Well, I'll look into him.
Yeah, you have other things to worry about right now.
He's very intense. I like intensity. You asked me when I got on if I know why he got banned. Do you know why he got banned?
No, I imagine it was because of here. I could actually try to find it on his Discord. 1 second. Yeah, I don't know why.
I was gonna say I could look it up on Reddit. I have a friend who apparently is the reason he got banned. She got into a conversation with him and she said that, like, just from like talking to her for a short amount of time, she said that he likes to like call people names and get them really upset.
Is it
and then
Al-Ghazali?
he thinks that they're either gonna back down
Also,
and
like,
leave,
so stupid, dude.
or he's going
The
to like
collapse. And these
push
ideas
them
aren't
to a
entirely separate,
point
because
where
it was
they're
the
going to
assumption
be
that if
afraid
society's
that
collapsed,
they're going to
people
like say something that'll get them banned, and then they have to just give up because they're too heated. And she's like, he doesn't know. I will get both of us banned. I will burn everything down in the process. And she went super hard on him, screaming over him the whole time, calling him all sorts of names. And apparently that was what did them in. Let me message her real quick and see.
Yeah, that's it's really interesting. But it's encouraged because it does get you bigger on these platforms to do that. And if you're gonna come out with that type of attitude, and Destiny platforms you, Vaush platforms you, SocDoneLeft platforms you, like you're gonna get a decent amount of traction.
Yep. Well, I'm trying to follow his lead. I I just had Destiny, streaming my show and posting it out on all his YouTube channels as well, and now Vaush and SocDoneLeft and a bunch of other people as well. So yeah, he's got the game plan. I'm following it.
Yep, I might be talking to Destiny soon. We were gonna talk a couple months ago about some type of policy thing, but the election happened and all that stuff. It was pretty crazy couple months. I ended up DMing him again right after the panel, and he responded in literally 0.5 seconds. Hopefully we could have a conversation about some policy stuff. It is refreshing to see people like him, although I criticize his edgy stuff because I think it's really ineffective and stuff, and I think it's kind of cringe. It is refreshing to talk to somebody who is pretty pinpoint on policy, out of content creators. I really enjoy like Vaush's content, but he doesn't know that much about specific. If I want to talk to him about like policies when it comes to like how the energy sector is managed in Pennsylvania, or something, because that's where I'm from, and there's a big issue right now with the minimum wage. But one thing we don't consider is if we go to green energy, it's gonna throw a lot of people because of higher energy costs. If we go to green energy, many people will be thrown into poverty in the Northeast because they need to heat their homes. So that's one thing about green energy we don't talk about on the left. And I feel like we can have a great conversation with Destiny, and he would have a couple things to back that up because he's more critical of everything. He's just really
Mhm.
critical. So I like testing my ideas against people who are critical in general,
Oh
who are
yeah.
not just gonna nod along, even in my personal life. I don't like people who are just like, nodding their head along to everything I say. I want people who are going to give a little bit of a pushback to stuff.
Yep. Yeah. That's. I mean, Destiny's rare because he is like insanely grounded. He can have the philosophical conversation and he can explain his morals and values and all of those things. But now that he understands all of that, now he's ready for the prescriptions. Now he wants to apply this to politics and the policies, and um, he's somebody that the same with like philosophy. If I'm like thinking through something, he's somebody that I would love to like sit down with and like pick his brain about like, well, hey, what do you think about this? How does this apply? What would we do in this situation? Or throw a bunch of hypotheticals around. Like, yeah,
Oh yeah, sure.
Destiny's rare because he can talk policy and he can talk philosophy all day.
Yeah, it's insane. He really is like a Swiss Army knife of
Oh yes.
things. Like you could put multiple different like college professors in a room with him, and they can have a 3 hour long conversation about really,
And they
really
do.
deep subjects. Yeah, I've seen it. It's on his channel. It's insane. Because he didn't even finish his music degree, right? So this is all from his own work, his own experiences, learning that stuff. The only thing I said, someone said I like Vaush in chat. Like yeah, I'm really, really big fan of Vaush. But Vaush, I
Dang,
remember watching him. What's up?
I just got doxxed in your chat, dude.
Oh no, wait, Tyler here, Tyler.
It's all good. It's all good. It's not a big deal. I was just kidding. I guess I've never seen anybody actually say my real name. Oh yeah, that's right. I added it to Twitter. I added it to
Well, there
Twitter
you
this week. I
go.
totally forgot.
Mike
I
from
didn't put my
PA.
real name up there.
But,
Yeah.
I was watching Vaush a little bit.
I did. I just pulled a mic from PA. Oh, that's
Jesus.
good.
But yeah, just I was watching Vaush talk about healthcare policy, and he really confidently was saying Tom redacted. Yeah, there you go. Tyler fixed
Yeah.
it. He was very confidently saying he was for Medicare for all. And as the video went on, it was a couple months ago. I think it was this summer. It's right when I found Vaush for the first time. And he said confidently multiple times he likes Medicare for all. And he didn't know what Medicare for all was. When he actually got into it, he did like a half-hour stream, like educating himself about it, which is great. He wanted to actually learn about it. But saying something so confidently about a policy you don't understand, I think that's a bad habit to have. And I don't think people like Destiny would do that unless if they have an understanding of it. Because personally, I don't do that. If I don't know about something, I don't know what your take on this is, but if I don't know about something, like if somebody wants to have a crazy foreign policy discussion, I'm literally just going to say, hey, I'm not big in foreign policy. I'm not going to pretend like I am. I can pretend like I am, but that's going to give me even bigger chance to look stupid. Plus, I won't have a good conversation about it. If I don't know enough about something, I am going to admit it. I'm going to try to learn about it.
Oh yeah, same. Like, but I'm okay with like. I know lots of people who are completely against having conversations on platforms at all if they're not educated on the topic. I'm okay with having the conversation as long as you are like giving that yeah, as long as you're telling everybody ahead of time, just saying like, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but this is what I think. Like I'm perfectly okay with pontificating all you want. Just I'm commonly oh wait, I'm sorry, hold on one second. Sorry.
Good.
I am I don't know how to say this. Like I'm not highly educated, right? I'm a high school dropout.
Mhm.
So I have like I have to pick people's brains in order to learn, right? Like I have to have conversations about things constantly that I know nothing about, but I'm normally like pretty upfront with the fact that I have no clue what I'm talking about, but I'm going to argue against you anyways and play like devil's advocate.
Oh yeah,
That's how I
sure.
learn, I suppose.
Yeah, and all that education stuff, honestly, I learned so much more outside of school. Like colleges
Mhm.
and stuff, I always tell people, like, don't think somebody who goes to college has it all figured out. Because college, all it is for me, and I know everybody has different experiences, and I learned a lot from school and meeting people. Um, it's really to get the certificate and to get like the, like, oh, I'm gonna apply for a job and have this degree from somewhere. But in general, I learned a lot more about life and how to talk to people and how to understand ideas, of course, outside of classroom settings. And I try to tell people that I feel like on the general left and being someone a little bit more conservative, you might feel this from people. I think the left has a habit of keeping things really complicated and academic and sort of looking at people in a very condescending way. And I think that's one of
Yeah.
the reasons people on the left or leftism and progressivism is sometimes hard for people to get into.
Oh yeah. The West Coast elites, right? Or is it the East Coast elites? Either way,
All of them,
the
coastal
the
and
elites, all of the coastal elites. Yes, I have this conversation constantly on Twitch because Twitch is very far left and very academic at the same time. And lots of times still like, a random conservative, Joe Blow will jump into a panel and they'll all start like jumping down his throat about like whiteness and like the systemic racism and white supremacy and like how dare you this, that, and the other. And it's like, guys, like this isn't like I don't know what the point in like us getting on here and having these conversations are if it's not to change somebody's mind. Like I don't think you change people's minds by screaming in their face. And that's something that I'm just good at. Like I'm good at teaching people things. You can teach me something or I can learn something and I can turn around and teach it better than I just learned it. Like, and that's what I commonly do is I'll jump on the panels where I feel like people are just making bad arguments. Even if I disagree with them, I'll jump on and be like, hey, like, here's a couple hypotheticals to like explain your point a little bit better and try to like, that's what as somebody who had a very far right leaning community.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
as I've moved like more into the center, I've had to do a lot of educating in the process to bring my community with me. And for the most part, they all just jumped ship. But there's a lot of people who came with me um and it's something that like I take a lot of pride in is going out and learning as much as I can about topics, especially social issues,
Yeah.
and then re-explaining this to my audience in a way that they'll agree with.
Well, I do hold the position, and I'm very critical of like college students and college classrooms about talking about like white privilege and stuff. Like this is terrible branding. This is not going to get anybody to actually receive this message. And I don't
Mhm.
think any idea actually matters if you don't have the tools to get people to agree with it. That's the dangerous part about demagogues who are like if you're like Trump or something, if you're really good at convincing people, that's all that really matters when it comes to like political power. If I'm talking to a white working class person and I tell them they have white privilege, why the hell would they talk to me if I said that to them? Or if I
Mhm.
expected them to understand what toxic masculinity means in an academic sense. Like that stuff doesn't work. And growing up in a conservative community like I live in, it helped me see where people really fail. People on the left really fail at bringing more people into the fold. It is hard to understand a lot of these concepts. It's not as easy for some people, and it's harder for others, and all of these things. And I just wish the left had better branding, and it was more about addition and less about subtraction, less about perfection. If there's a
Oh
clip
yeah.
of somebody 5 years ago saying the N-word, that shouldn't even be a topic, other than to learn from it. Anything else, literally, even if somebody, let's say the most racist person in the world says the N-word, showing outrage over just that act, I feel like takes away from a lot of, that's a different conversation completely. Um, I think conversations like that shouldn't be about purity. It should be about doing better and having a better mindset and a better understanding anyway. So I don't know. Honestly, I'm getting a little bit tired. I don't want to keep you on here too long as I ramble about random stuff.
Well, I did want to say, like, we talked about this on the last panel, where I kind of like, I've got the top dogs on Twitch all here with me, and I want to know, like, what do you guys think the future of Twitch should be? And one of the things that they talked about is the fact that it seems as though Twitch is too far left, and that the purity testing is pushing all of the right wingers out. And they're always saying, like, I've got Dylan Burns on there, and he's upset that he can't find right wingers to come onto his panels because they all just get shouted down and told that they're toxic and that they need to leave the platform. And before you and I got on, I was on Omegle in the politics section searching for right wingers to find so I can have right wingers on my panels, because it's there. Anytime right wingers come on to these platforms, especially Twitch is very far left, they get shouted down and pushed away.
That might be
And
the move,
like,
honestly, looking on there. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, the way that as somebody who moved from Facebook to YouTube and then Twitch, I can easily section out my audience to show, like, my farthest right audience is on Facebook, my centrist audience or liberal audience is on YouTube, and my far left, tankies and communists and socialists and all of them are on Twitch. Like, Twitch is very, very far left, and it's a lot of times. I had an all right wing panel a couple weeks ago with CTV and Redneck, and
Oh yeah, I saw
like
that.
the chat was just so toxic the entire time. Like, they were all freaking out saying, like, this is horrible, this is cringe, how could you do this, why would you have a bunch of right wingers on all at the same time? Like, it was really strange to see a bunch of people who think like they shouldn't even have ideas that they disagree with being platformed whatsoever. So it's very frustrating, and this is part of like the problems that I have with the left as well, is that the purity testing and the like the fact that they have to make everything overly complicated with academia is not pulling anybody over to your side. And if we're not doing this to convince people, then what are we doing it for? I don't understand. If we don't want to like bring people to our side or to learn more, what are we doing here? What is this for?
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's you can have the most pure beliefs in the world. You can understand every aspect, every truth that nobody else can see. But yeah, it doesn't matter if you're not reaching people and if you're not accessible and all that stuff. And that is one of the missions of my channel. And that's why some people end up liking my content. And also because I'm less edgy than some of the people on these websites. So if I'm talking about like pragmatic policy solutions, I'm not gonna have a stream the next time making rape analogies, which I mean, great. I like watching that stuff and seeing it like unfold, all these like ideological tests and like these ethics arguments. But personally, I obviously wouldn't do it for job reasons. I wouldn't do it also for not aesthetics. For people who are watching who may be a casual viewer, who may, maybe somebody random clicks on a Vaush stream someday and they're like, wow, this guy's a socialist and he's making good arguments. And then Vaush says something, he says something really like weird and perverted about furries, and this one person is turned away. Like, is that, I'm just like, okay, that might not be, like, if our goal is to expand this movement, that might not be the best way to approach things. But I also do think some things are good to normalize. But like in Vaush's debate with Destiny, when Destiny kept on trying to bring up the one rape hypothetical analogy or whatever, I don't even see how that would be effective for a debate whatsoever. That only works in this internet debate scene, which is what it's geared towards. But me being so involved in like daily, not daily, like a direct, not direct action, but like talking to, like, I know some lobbyists, I know some people working for campaigns. Me knowing these people, I'm like, okay, I cannot be involved in this just because I can't have this on my name. I think it changes, right? Once you make, like, if you become a millionaire on one of these websites, you can kind of have more free range to say whatever
Sure.
you want, I guess. I don't know though.
Yeah, I have like the more edgy conversations, especially within like philosophical conversations, and I want to I feel like the conversations that are the hardest to talk about or the least allowed within like normative society, I those are the ones that I like the most. I like talking about rape or what's allowed, or sexual harassment, or like the just conversations that you shouldn't have at work. Like,
Oh yeah, definitely.
I say all the time, like, this is not a safe space here, guys. Like, this is we're gonna get into some really horrible ideas sometimes, but like I enjoy those conversations the
Well,
most
exactly.
because
That's why I get confused though. That's sort of like, because you're saying like, this is what I'm doing, this is awesome, this is what I love talking about. I get really confused when like if somebody says my main goal from here on out is to be pragmatic in politics and to really focus on my rhetoric. And then after a great debate on like economics, then you bring up what you're talking about right now. Like, it's not exclusive.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, well, okay. I mean, you can't do both
yeah,
all the time.
if you're Vaush versus crap, I'm blanking on his name. The debate he had on Dylan Burns' show last week, where he
Liquor
like
fan?
everything. No, he debated one guy. It was a
Oh,
one-on-one
Bastiat?
for like Bastiat, yeah, where he like everything was like a dick sucking
The
analogy, and
coconuts.
yeah, it's like it was, yes, Bastiat. Thank you, Brento Box. Yeah, like the like everything was just I like to push my hypotheticals to extremes for sure. I've got one on my Twitter right now about ACAB that like a lot of lefties have been really upset about, and I've done my tour on Twitch to go upset all of them and
Alright,
explain it
I will
even
look.
more. But
I have to look now.
yeah, but they the I do enjoy those conversations overall, but I don't think like the way that I think that Vaush purposefully makes his arguments overly edgy, because though I think he feels as though the left is like too afraid of edginess, and so
Yeah,
I think
okay,
he
yeah.
pushes it to a point where he like it's taking it too far sometimes.
Yeah, that's the point of the dirtbag left, right? I think that's what he
Yeah.
said, to show. That's why he deployed the tactical N-word that one time
Yes.
in the one debate, because he wanted to be like,
The
I'm not no
tactical
baby,
N-word.
I'm not soft, I'll say the word. Yeah, okay. Anyways, thanks for the chat. I hope you have a great rest of your night. I'm gonna take one more person who's waiting to chat about, I think, ranked choice voting. Let me know if you ever have any other spots, by the way, on new panels or whatever. If you ever need somebody, I'll probably be free. Yeah, I'll probably be free if you ever need somebody. Or if you just want to have a conversation on stream, hit me up.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I'm gonna put your link in my chat. I
Do the
enjoy
same for
your
you.
content, dude. I I love listening to you. You got a lot of great ideas. So I'll definitely be seeing you around.
Okay, thank you, man. Have a good one.
You too. Later.
Yeah. All right, how do I get? Okay, so his name is Tomfoolery. He hosted the panel with Destiny from Wednesday and Dylan Burns and Denims and all them. Okay, I'm gonna take this one person so they could give me. How'd my debate go? It was sort of low energy. I'm not sure if I got anything out of it, but it was fun. Shocking. Shocking. How do I do this? Ah! Ah! Wait. There you go. Part-time, slowly but surely. What am I going to talk to Destiny about? Hopefully some policy stuff. How to pragmatically push for policies. I want to talk about the $15 minimum wage a little bit. Poke his brain on that. Hello, whoever this is. I dragged you in. LeBron James.
Yellow.
Hey, what's up?
Howdy. Really glad to have found you when I did like a few months ago, and really enjoying your content.
Awesome, thank you.
But I'll keep it short because I know you're probably dead tired by now. 3 things that I kind of wanted to touch on and have maybe a short conversation, or just leave it at whatever it is.
Yeah, sure, what's up?
So a little bit, so you know where I'm coming from. I used to live in Southern California, and I took a teaching job in the Central Valley, and moving from Southern California to the conservative stronghold of California, it really opens your eyes to like what policy people care about and what actually will work when you're actually dealing with people who do not see eye to eye with you ideologically. So I kind of went through a whole transition from being more so like generic lefty to really questioning what actually made sense to me, what I actually believe, thanks to getting pulled into Vaush's and Destiny's spheres. And I found myself really like closely aligned to that pragmatic social democracy ideology, where I think things definitely need to be pushed towards the left, since we're so far to the right, but we can't go completely down the hole, because as far as I see it now, like the people who are like hardcore communists, they're starting to sound more and more in their rhetoric like hardcore, like ANCAPs or anyone else. Like it's all just becoming like pipe dreams now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these belief systems sort of detach people away from reality. And if they have this vision of like a utopian future, any small increase seems like nothing to them, it seems.
Yeah, for sure. So like it's a struggle because I really find myself more closely aligned to them, but it's so damn hard to really consider them, take them seriously sometimes with some of the just god awful takes that they have. Like it was honestly like super cringe listening to those recent debates that Destiny had with the lefties who just straight up was hating on his political action just because he had some questionable language in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, that really does suck what happened there. But yeah, not everybody will be like that, but one thing that usually works for me, if you want to consider yourself like a communist or something, there are many people who do that. My big thing and my sort of like, I'm sort of repeating this a lot now, but I'm driven by my ideals, but I work within the world pragmatically to push for a better world. So although I have ideals that might not be, or like ideas that might not be able to be accomplished, I still believe in those things, but I'm going to act pragmatically within the system and to change things for the better. So you can hold those beliefs, but don't let the idealism take over, like they do. And this is what I criticize. This is Jimmy Dore. The idealism takes completely over pragmatic policy changes. They don't care about like Medicaid expansion in Pennsylvania or like in Georgia or something. This Medicaid expansion that helps millions of people, because they want Medicare for all. You can believe in Medicare for all while at the same time pushing for state by state healthcare reform on the way there. That's what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah, I'm kind of now at the point where I see the greatest good that far lefties can do is to do the actual uh, activism and the actual charity that they harp on other people to do as well. They're like, oh, you're not out here in these streets, not organizing, not feeding the needy and all that. It's like, well, that's a lane that you're very good at because you're very connected to your community, but you don't really understand how the power game is played in Washington. So it's if you really want to um, if you really want to get the change that you want to see, then by all means keep doing your good work in the community, but don't try to turn the people who are most likely to be inclined to pay attention to your message and just vilify them and turn them away through purity testing. But that's something that you've gone down a road you've gone down plenty of times before. So I'm not saying anything new.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I mean, in general, with a lot of different groups, if it becomes more of a social thing, this becomes an issue. So like for sports, like if I like the Philadelphia 76ers for basketball, are you a real Sixers fan? It becomes sort of like that, but for political ideologies. It seems people care less about the substance of it. They forget this is real life. They forget this is really affecting people. They forget that Biden losing to Trump is literally going to save lives through direct objective policy. Although it might not make certain people happy, it's a privilege to be mad about Biden winning over Trump. It's a privilege to have, you being mad about that be the biggest issue in your life. So there's many different things we can, yeah, definitely. I mean, I do repeat this a decent amount of time. I mean, that's what you do, right? In politics, you got to repeat stuff a lot.
Apparently, one thing that I think should be repeated a lot more, and this is the second thing. I'm gonna try to move quickly so I don't hog up too much of your time. But the second thing that I wanted to talk about is there's something that I think a whole lot of people across all the aisles can actually get behind if they truly understand how game changing it could be to our political landscape. And that's for getting rid of first past the post voting and moving to a ranked choice voting system. Like there's no reason for anyone except the establishment, Democrats and Republicans, to oppose this. You know.
The only issue that you have with that is even if it is a good idea, it's going to happen in smaller states where it can be more concentrated of a thing to get like actually done. Just because it's not something that gets a lot of people energized. Like you're going to go maybe to the polls for healthcare reform or something like that. But electoral reform is sometimes very difficult. I feel like people would go for like getting money out of politics. But that would take a lot of organization. I agree with you. It's really difficult when we have a population of voters that doesn't pay much attention to policy, and stuff like that. But I mean, in the places where it has been done, it takes away a lot of party politics too. Because, for example, who's the Republican senator from Alaska? I forget her name. But since Alaska has ranked choice, she no longer has to pander to only Republican voters, because she can still win now, no matter what. So it's not like, I have to be perfect with Republicans to win a primary. It's not going to be the same as that anymore, which is really cool. And having like runoff elections and stuff too.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I think it's a great way to mobilize more people to just want to feel like their vote actually counts, and to have more representation in the democracy, so that, yeah, it does have to start at the local level, where people can actively see, oh, these are a group of people that I identify with, and oh, we actually were able to vote our candidate into a position. Whoa, never really had that experience before. And I think that's what really will fundamentally change the way that the game is played, where I think that's one of the strongest positions for the more fringe people on the left or the right to support, because no longer can you use that excuse where it's like, you're just doing harm reduction. Like, this doesn't matter. I was like, well, this is your opportunity to not just do, activism in the streets, but now you can put your vote to something and it will actually matter. And it's taking away, that reason for them to just dogpile, what the majority of Americans, are feeling. And that's like the general hopelessness of like, well, they don't exactly represent what I believe in, but at least they support me having guns, or oh, they support me being gay, so that's what they put their vote into.
Right now in Pennsylvania, after the election, they actually saw an unprecedented amount of people. Excuse me. Unprecedented amount of people. They actually saw leave both major parties and go independent because they got sick of the two-party system. So that's definitely something that could work, to get more people, of course, for something like multi or ranked choice voting or anything like that. The issue is we need a big media campaign or something to really push that issue, or we need like a lot of money behind it to make sure people hear about it and can be educated on it and actually are going to vote on it.
Oh, for sure. I just think it would be the most hilarious thing to see like the Green Party and the Libertarian Party just unite under one cause to actually win a seat somewhere.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, that's something that I want to see happen, and that I think a lot of people just kind of push it off because it seems like another one of those pipe dreams. But I think with the proper exposure and education, that is a very realistic goal if it just gets off on the right foot.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with most of it. I would push for it if I was running for something.
The final thing for you is, it's a question where I find myself having a really difficult time. I feel like I'm kind of battling, feel like I'm stuck in the middle, battling both sides, pushing back against the just terrible takes from the left, and then also trying to battle the rhetoric from the right in whatever ways that, I can. I'm just 24/7 in Twitter beef. But wanted to ask you, like, what helps you to, like, toe that line or walk that line where it doesn't feel like there's too many of us out here, where we don't fall into like what I see as a bit of a populist trap on the left, and certainly like not falling into the traps on the right,
In general, populism is kind of dangerous. It needs to be used in the right way. I think we see good examples of what to do out of a Bernie Sanders or out of a AOC. You need to keep things organized. You need to keep things civil, but you need to make sure people understand there are real issues that we need to fix without falling too deep into any extreme. And that is difficult, but it can be done. Stick to facts as much as possible. Be good at arguing your positions, and make sure you're confident in your own positions. Make sure everything you do is backed up by some objective fact, not just, a base belief system. Because if you operate only off beliefs, you're going to end up in some pretty bad places.
Yeah, for sure. Twitter is bad for the soul, but it is by far the best free entertainment to ever exist.
Yeah,
Okay?
Twitter is bad, but I want more followers still. I just made a new Twitter. I deleted my old one.
Oh, I understand, but that's just automatic comedy gold. Just waiting to just like 20 tweets down the feed, it's comedy gold. Like you just can't pay for that or see that anywhere else. So
Yep, exactly. Yep, true.
That's my nicotine. That's my heroin right there.
Oh no, Twitter's your heroin. Well,
anyway,
well, that sucks.
thanks for having me on. Really support what you do.
All right, thank
keep
you,
at
Tons.
it. And oh yeah, I found where in Destiny's stream the dono came. It was at 4 hours, 12 minutes, 19 seconds.
All right, I'll look at it. Let me look. Destiny. Okay, you said 4 hours.
Pretty sure it's 12 minutes, 19 seconds.
All right, thank you. I'll look at this. Thank you so much for finding that somehow.
No problem, my guy.
All right, have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, peace.
All right, see you. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who donated. Thank you, all the members, and thank you, everybody in general, for who's watching this. Let's see if you actually got this. Dono really quick. Hey, we need critical thinking. We can I'll address those topics on a different day. I'm too tired right now. Let's see if he actually someone sent him a dono. Let's see. See if it's true.
Yes, in a world where our justice system is known for its inherent flaws, this seems like just a way to keep firearms out of the hands of black people in the same way that they tried to keep the firearms out of the hands of the Black Panthers, right? So like, I have some concerns with doing that because of the biases to that system, but if we did have an ideal justice system, I would say, sure, go
This
ahead.
would be my question. Even if we had an ideal justice system, once you've served your sentence, you've served your sentence.
What was
412? So, okay. 942 minus 412. equals 5, 530, right? No. Right here?
Should we have a statute of limitations on felonies, or should you have to answer for your crimes regardless of time passed? Isn't there already a statute of limitations on felonies? Wait, what?
Where is it?
Am I crazy?
Wait, is that person still in chat? Somebody said someone sent in a dono. This is not it.
General time limits are 6 years for felony offenses punished.
Okay, let me DM this person again. When did you say it was again? When did you say it was in the... When was it in the VOD? Oh, your guild... When was it in the VOD again? I'm trying to find it now. A little after that? A little after this?
By 8 or more years in prison, 3 years for other felonies. Depends. Piece, depends on what? Why'd you answer depends, you little cockfuck piece of shit?
$524.
Jeez.
Right here?
From the state, so you have to become militant. What does the super have? Post travel to week ordinary is doing hard. I was banned.
You gnome fuck!
No? Wait, go back 4? Okay, 5 hours from now. Okay, we're at... What are we at now? If his chat is on screen, you went too far? What do you mean too far? Right here?
That have no access to it. That feels very vaccinate the vaccinated. Vaccinate the fuck. Fucking weird.
Big fan of your stuff. You should look into
the agreement really equal.
Rooster.
Oh, the sim. Oh no.
Does that part of the agreement really equal?
Jola, he's a good... It says, okay, it says, hey man, big fan of your stuff. You should look into Jola. He's a cool dude in favor of pragmatic progressivism. Keep up the content, my guy.
$10. Hey man, big fan of your stuff. You should look into Jola. He's a cool dude in favor of pragmatic progressivism. Keep up the good content, my guy.
Thank you. And okay. Does that reading really require...
Wow.
Really equal being required to vaccinate each other?
Wow, very, very cool. And okay. Evaluate that okay.
And okay.
Oh, that's not a good okay. That's a bad okay.
Thank you. And
it's
okay.
over.
Does that reading really require...
I'm tearing the book.
Thank you.
I'm tearing the book. Okay. I'm breaking it.
Does that reading really require...
It's over.
Pragmatic progressivism.
It's okay.
Keep
It's
up
over.
The good content, my guy.
It's over. Killing the book.
Thank you. And okay. Does that reading really require... really equal being required to vaccinate each other's population? Is that a fair reading? I don't know. You could probably argue it either way.
What a loser. He should have been like... Oh yeah. What's up, Halo? What's up, Achilles? What's up, Nathan? Alright, Durka. That is a huge reaction. Thank you, and okay. What he said on DMs is, look at me. I'm trying to steal clout, you know? I said, hey bud, we talked before about chatting. Oh yeah, watch that video. I said I was just on that one panel. He said, yeah, anytime I'll talk. Just poke me when I'm streaming some boring shit. I'm not gonna do it right now because I'm not mentally ready. I'm tired. And I want to be able to actually speak. My jaw's getting tight and shit, you know? Alright, where's this clip at that I made? This is a good clip though, isn't it? This really is a good... Oh my god, how do I show this? Where is it? I put it on here, right? Where'd I put it?
Jula has had his hand up, so I'm going to go to Jula first.
Yeah, I
go
wanted to
ahead.
ask Destiny, his general view on this system is essentially let the market work, and essentially how it is right now, let it grow, and then build a big welfare state around that, which I think is something that works, especially if we're going to assume automation will be coming, and automation still will be producing, you know, wealth and value. So we need the mechanisms in place to make sure we're able to use that value in an effective way now. So that is a much better...
Jula has had his hand up, so I'm going to go to...
Beautiful. 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 Who's still watching right now? How many people are still watching? How do I see that? Where's my tab at? 40 people still watching. Hey, y'all are cool. Wait, do you mean Andrea as in that one? I think I know who you're talking about. Yes, people have asked me to talk to her before, right? But, it never happened. Third way. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me, of course. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm just going to watch my infrared debate again and yell at myself for sucking. And I don't want to do it because I hate my voice, but... Dude, I might be getting sick. I'm tired. I streamed for 7 hours last night from like 1 to 7. from like 11 to 6, I mean. Because I got on the Prime debate panel. Okay, so here's how it went. Real quick. I was in bed. I popped a benzo, which is basically like a Xanax, but not a Xanax. It's a different one. It's called Klonopin. I popped one of those, alright? I was feeling comfy. I go on my phone. I see a Prime debate panel. I'm like, you know what? I never went on one of these before. I might hop on. So I decide to hop onto the Prime debate panel. I'm on there for about 2 hours. I'm like, you know what? This is kind of fun. Yes. I hop on there for about 2 hours. So I hop on. I'm messaging whoever was watching at that time. I didn't tell anybody I was going live. I literally just went live randomly, and around 30 people were watching for some reason. Because you guys are awesome. Yeah, feeling loose. So I'm chilling, dude. I'm chilling on this debate panel 2 hours in. I'm tired because I just popped a Klonopin on an empty stomach. So about 2 hours in, I'm like, I'm gonna get off. I'm tired. But Prime goes, all right, guys, we're bringing a special guest on. And I'm like, oh, wait, who's this guest? He's like, I'm gonna have to kick somebody out. I'm like, oh, no, not me. He kicks somebody out. He brings in Destiny. So I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not leaving now. Then I stayed for 6 more hours. Dude, I died, dude. I was laughing the whole time. When he brought his VTuber outfit on, that was funny stuff. Really was. I love being a Republican. By the way, you guys could... I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I'm a rapper. You know I'm a rapper already. But, do you know about Halo J? So this is gonna be in development for a little bit. This is not something yet, but it's gonna be something. So this is Halo J. Halo J. Mr. Potato Head diss track by Halo J. You can't cancel us. Halo J, real conservative hip hop. Make sure you hit subscribe before they cancel me. So this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm starting a right-wing rap grift channel. I'm going to see if I can build it. I'm going to go on 4chan and stuff and try to build it. I'm going to advertise it to people. It's going to work too.
Back in 2020, you cannot take it from me. Fake election, now they're taking our money. Democrat bad, been a fat, go attack. Woke people never had a job or task. They're evil, wanna take our country back. I see through you.
Mark Zuckerberg, cancel us, censor us.
You cannot stop.
Yep, that's me. Alright. Nope. Nope. Yes. My traditional values. Yeah, basically Cockeyed Rooster. What's up, Cloud? Did I own Destiny? No. I made it... Okay, when I said something on the panel, I made it seem like I was against a $15 minimum wage at one point. I'm not. But it's hard on those panels to get your ideas across. So I said, like, one thing Destiny agreed with. And then he said, yeah, you're right. $15 an hour is actually the virtue signal position. And I'm like, I don't agree with that, but it's a 25-person panel debate. 10 kills on the board right now. Yeah, Fortnite. We about to get down. Get my gold AK, mowing the town. When I come in, I blast. They know when the sound. Take a trip to Britain, but I ain't even owing a pound. People think they make noise, but they're really blowing their mouths. That's called a freestyle. Alright. Should I rap every Sunday? Really bad rap. Yeah, people think I'm against $15 an hour now. I'm for it, but I'm also against it as a blanket policy. Like just as is. I want like corporations to pay more. Drop Halo J weekly. Thank you so much for the $5, Spencer. Living wage needs to replace $15 an hour. Here, I'll give you my right-wing channel if you really want it. If you want to share it around, you can. Here. Grab it quick. Or if you want it for your own personal enjoyment. Wait, more people are here? Why did 10 more viewers jump in? Hi. What's up, guys? What's up? Hit that subscribe button. Why do we still have 50 viewers? I don't get it. Yo, what's up, John? So the issue is, I don't disagree with Destiny on the minimum wage and the welfare state. A welfare state would be superior. If that could be done. But politically right now, all the power is in the minimum wage. So I would probably want to get that done because we're not getting an expanded welfare state for a freaking while now. So for automation, yeah, I mean, this is stuff that needs to be done, but you take what you can get at certain times, even if it's, you know, even if it's not perfect.
$15 minimum wage.
Should I ask Destiny to I mean, you could say it's not a good policy and not a bad policy. Saying it's outrageous is sort of disingenuous, though. It's not outrageous by any sense. Australia's $15 an hour wage is right now. That's their minimum right now. This bill is to make it 15 by 2025. In like France and Germany, the minimum wage is like $12.5 an hour right now. So like you can make the argument that it should be, I don't know, $12.50, but $15 by 2025 would be in coordinates with the rest of the world. of like developed countries. But there's a lot of concern to making a universal policy for every state. It would be like if the EU just said, all right, every country in Europe is going to have to pay the same minimum wage. Like, it's complicated, having a top-down policy from the federal government. Yeah, like, idealistically, what Destiny said would be good, but pragmatically, it doesn't make sense. Destiny's argument there is all idealistic. Well, yeah, the Nordic countries have huge union states, though, so... Saying, like, we need a welfare state, I agree, but, like, are there any signs of that happening? I don't know. Like, when automation takes over and is producing wealth, how are we going to decide where that wealth goes? If all workers are displaced, are we going to tax per robotic? Are we going to tax per dollar made from automation? I don't know. I think we should simply do free market capitalism, no redistribution, because the only good thing about, I mean, the only reason capitalism isn't working is because of the government. If we took away the government, capitalism would work perfect. Yeah, that's the thing. If you have, yeah, sectoral collective bargaining, what's it called again? Co-determination or whatever. If we can have that, oh my god, dude. That's why state by state we might need to push for this. Like, if I want a higher minimum wage in Pennsylvania, it might need to be done at the state level. Would $15 an hour be good for one of these poor conservative states, like Alabama or something? The economics doesn't really say yes. Yeah, welfare state, that's what the social democracy is. SocDem based. Oh. I use streamer word. I use the streamer word. Poggers. Ho ho ho. Poggers. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Poggers. Ho ho ho. State and Fed. Yeah, we could push for both. Living wage? Yeah. I mean, ideally. Like I said, the economy in central Pennsylvania is more similar to West Virginia, as a state. So, like, Pennsylvania, from central PA to Philadelphia to Pittsburgh to Erie, those qualify for different minimum wages, honestly. For, you know, when you account tourism, when you account cost of living, when you account, how much money people have there to spend. I'm kidding. It was ironic. I was being ironic. I do not think capitalism would work unrestricted. No. What about what I say would ever make you think I would ever say that? Squad W. Wow, guys, we got a hype trade going. Make sure you give half of your money to Jeff Bezos through a subscription. Buy a $5 subscription so Jeff Bezos gets half your money. For every $5 you give your favorite streamer, Jeff Bezos makes $2.50. Yeah, I want equality of opportunity. That's what I want, dude. Let's get close to that. ANCAP. Don't tell anybody. This is all a grift. Pragmatic actually means ANCAP. Hey, go like my comment, by the way. This is called Signal... Wait. I commented on the new Destiny video. So people can see me. Where it be? Where is it? Yo, 42 likes on it. Yo, let's go. Get my comment up there. Right here. Where is it? Look at this. Get my comment up there, dude. Right there. Go get that comment game going. Let's go. Some of y'all were down here repping me. Thank you. Here, let's load in all the comments and then I'll look through. I think Sara dissed me. I saw. She said something mean about me. Let's see if there's any. Some of you shouted me out in the comments, and I appreciate it. Oh, there. Shout out to Jola. Dude, 20 likes? JKRT. Yo, you guys are too cool. Just here for Jola. 15 likes? Dude, y'all are awesome. What the hell? I'm gonna keep on loading to see if anybody else said anything. Go, go, go. Hey! There you go. Sara. LOL. Drola didn't say much at all. In the first half, yeah. I was pretty... For my performance in panels, I'm gonna post it to my channel right when I get off, actually. My performance in panels, I actually did a decent... Did anybody see the second part about the minimum wage? Oh, wait, this person. Well, NJM. His community seems to hate Destiny. Why? Half of my... Wait. This is weird, by the way. Do I call people my community? What the hell is that? Hey, look at my tattoo. Do I call people my community? Like... And, wait, seems to hate... Half of the community's from Destiny. How the hell would this community... Whatever that... I'm not calling it a community. This is this is not a community. This is, I don't know. Wait, did somebody give me money? Wait, where is it? Somebody give me a donation. I can't find it now. Wait, did Cockeye... Wait. Thank you for the $5. I think I read your super chat without saying thank you for the $5. Political ASMR. Drola simps. We're all gathering. That's a girl's name. One thing I don't like about YouTube is how members only get to be green. I might change up the emblems for people, because if you're a member for more than a month, you get different emblems based on how long you're members. Tomfoolery show. Is he still going at it? He's on Omegle still. Should I do this? Do you guys think it would be entertaining comment if I went on Omegle and debated people on random video chats? I'm a pretty big fan of Destiny. I'm just pretty critical of his edginess. If I do this as content though, would that be fun? I'd probably see some weird things. Hello, want to talk about politics? And then it's just, you know, big old dong right in front of me. Yo, look at this comment right here. Represent broccoli. Represent pragmatic progressive gang. Woo! Jimmy Dore sucks. Jimmy Dore sucks. Jimmy Dore sucks. I'm pro-pragmatic. Don't get banned. Oh no, am I IP banned from Omegle? After this Sunday, every Sunday will be Omegle night from now on. After this Sunday. I am anti-Destiny, but only for tribalistic reasons. It is true. So it says I have 52 concurrent viewers right now, but there's a possibility that some of those viewers are watching the debate from earlier. So I don't know how many people are actually hearing me right now. I'm guessing like 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. You're part of Jola. Who's that? Getting this channel going again, dude. Yeah. Here's a Discord link to the channel, baby. Mr. Zombie Killer still banned. He said he was going to give me money. He's mad. Sorry. Someday he'll be unbanned. I'm too lazy. Here is the Discord link. I'm gonna get lights, I think, for behind me. I should get a camera, like a good camera. Maybe if I ever hit like, okay, this is what I'm gonna say. If I ever hit 10,000 subscribers, I will get a good camera, like one of those cameras that has focus and stuff, instead of using crappy webcams. I mean, my other webcam, this is my bad webcam. My good webcam looks pretty nice, but this webcam I don't like. I need a shave. I hate this shit. I hate this beard. Hate that. I'm hungry. I want food. Drola, I think you can say this is community, a small one, but a community, especially if you want to grow. Just say it's a community. Alright, guys, this is a community. Yeah, I need a good camera so people want to look. I have to also stop wearing my glasses and trim my beard in a good angle and put gel in my hair. And also stop wearing a shirt and get cleavage. I'll be a female e-girl. Destiny likes SocDoneLeft. He'll probably like, he might like me, maybe. No, I don't like hair. Cat girl? No. No! Dude. See, this is what I mean. I said 4 times I'm getting off. I have not yet done it. I'm waiting till I drop below 50 viewers, but it will not happen. Sniper, SS Sniper chick, yeah. How many subscribers are we at right now? Joel, yo, Durka. Yo, I respect the meme. I respect the transition of the meme. You took the meme and made it for me. Big respect. Let me show you. Look at that. Jola, that's Pragmatic Progressive's name. Hoo-hoo-hoo. There's some more Tom McDonald fans down here. Let's go. Let's go. Stream is gaining viewership. Wait, is it still going up? People stop watching. Leave. Somebody disliked? What did I say? What thing did I say? What thing did I say? Fine, I'll debate someone on Omegle. Fine. Maybe not. I don't know if I have the brain power to right now. Is it worth it? Is this how you become a big streamer? You just don't stop? This is good. Yeah, this is good right here. Debate no comment chick. What is her position on minimum wage? This is a good tweet, dude. This is a good tweet. SocDoneLeft. I respect it. I respect the pragmatism. This is a good meme too. This Destiny subreddit is good, I'll tell you what. Really enjoyed the Prime K's debate panel today. True. True. Very true. Somebody says something nice about me on here too. This. Look at that VTuber. I was really surprised. Who is this? Is this somebody I know? Where is it? I uploaded it. Or here. Or I upvoted it, not uploaded. Infinite anybody. Who is this? Glad to see Jola on that panel. YouTube algorithm is being really hard on him. Thank you so much. See, this is even, like... When people do this stuff, and they don't have any expectation of me actually seeing it, that's, like, dope. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't usually look at Reddit posts. And I'm actually... Apparently people post my stuff to Destiny's subreddit a decent amount. Which I didn't know about. $1.9 trillion bill. Yeah, that is pretty big. You upvoted that earlier? She's watching the debate panel now and is on Prime's side. I upvoted it. Yes, I upvoted. The minimum wage thing is, like, as far as what we can do now, if a $15 minimum wage is what we can do now, even though I have issues with it, I'd want to get it done in this moment, and then work on the problems as we implement it. So, like, exemptions for small businesses and stuff like that. That's what I would want to do. Since you are now a big-time streamer. Okay, when I'm a big-time streamer... Okay, once I get... No, I don't agree that there should be no minimum wage. Maybe if we had a huge union collective or something. And I could... If I wasn't in college and I didn't have to do a bunch of actual research for actual papers and stuff, I would do like a minimum wage dissection. If this was my job, I'd do that. Like my full-time job or something. But we're pretty far from that. Rokana on bad faith. Okay, did we drop below 50 viewers yet? I'm allowed to stop. Once we get below 50 viewers, I'm allowed to quit. I'm allowed to go to bed. Okay, we're at 50 right now. Alright, we're below 50. Okay, I'm gonna count to 10. If we're still below 50, when I count to 10, I'm allowed to leave. 1, 2, 3. The minimum wage in PA right now is $7.25. $7.25? Okay, 6, 7, 8. Have you ever seen Endernax's? Endernax, he's about the furthest right I can get without vomiting. Who was the host of last night's debate? It's on. Destiny is a neoliberal. He calls himself a liberal. Oh, we're at 50 again. Shit. Dang it. Dude, leave. Get off this. Leave. I want to go to bed. Once we're below 50, I'm going to bed. You're not letting me do it. I got to get rest. No, we're at 51 now? Come on. Chill. Stop it. Late rally. No, you're view botting me? That's it. What could Destiny have done better with the mayoral race? Don't be a cringy 10-year-old Xbox Live player from 2010. No, I'm waiting for it to go below 50 because I'm curious how long it takes. People need to leave. Job guarantee? I don't like a job guarantee, but I like jobs programs, if that makes sense. Like if I want community ran jobs programs. I don't know how I feel about like a broad guarantee, like how that would function federally. But maybe statewide. Get people working on the roads and the playgrounds and stuff, you know? Say the host and I'll leave. Prime K's. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Jesus. Cockeyed Rooster, thank you so much. $20. You'll leave, but you have to take... Oh my god. Fine, Fine, I'll have to take it. Thank you. Alright. For anybody who wants to see the thing from last night, the panel, I'm gonna post that right now. So right when I end this stream, go on and you can watch it. If you watch the full version on Destiny's channel, I don't talk until the minimum wage part. I don't like the other conversational topic. But once we got on the minimum wage, it got fun. There's a lot written on job on job guarantees from the MMT crowd. Rooster, call more viewers. I know Cockeyed Rooster didn't leave yet. How many bribers are we at? All right, good night, Cloud. Hope you have a good one. Let's look at my social blade. What's going on here? Why did I get 5,000 views yesterday? What happened on Friday that I got 5,000 views? What? What video blew up yesterday? 5,000 views? That doesn't make any sense. See ya, CLZ. Alright, good night, everybody, for real. See you tomorrow. Night at like 10, maybe. Here is the Discord link one more time for anybody who is not in there. Thank you very much for everyone who donated and all that, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Good night. Good night. This is like when you're on a phone call with your date and you're like, no, you hang up. You hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. You hang up.